D/TRB AM committees. And that will take you there. If you have issues signing in, we'll assist you during the break. And then for those that are online, if you can go to the same website and do so as well. If not, we'll be monitoring the chats to see how, if you have technical issues and whatnot, that Judy and I can assist. So we have a pretty packed agenda, as we always do every year, because we do this to ourselves, because there's so much to talk about in accessibility. So we'll go ahead and get started and do a hello from the executive team members that are here with AME 50, Accessible Transportation and Mobility, for those joining us for the first time, and of course those joining us once again year after year. My name is Todd Hansen. I'm a Senior Transportation Planner with KFH Group. I'm located in our Texas office, and I've been one of the co-chairs for AME 50 for the last couple of years, along with Judy.
And Todd has never changed my picture. My hair looks different every year, I tell you. Hi, everybody. So glad you're here. I'm Judy Shanley. I'm at the National Office of Easter Seals, and I have been working with AME 50 for a number of years and active in accessibility issues across our section. So we're excited to have you here.
So one thing before we do the rest of the introductions, these are from TRB emergency procedures, in case something were to happen while we're here. Aside from calling 911 is step one. Step two, the Marriott Marquis Security, you can call them at 202-824-9667 or using the nearest house phone, dial 59677. This is a contact number for an emergency. I have this on my phone in case something happens, just in case. Exit plan, they encourage us to familiarize ourselves with the room, the nearest exit to this room. So from this room, if you go out the doors and then make a left, and then in that area, we'll go back to the escalators as well as the elevator in terms of an exit plan. There's also out of this room, if you go left, and then left again down at the end of the hall, there are restrooms down there. I know there might be restrooms elsewhere on the floor, but I think those are the nearest restrooms to here, all the way down that main hall to the left. If an alarm sounds, please, we'll end our events and evacuate the building using the escalators to get to the main floor. And then the meeting spot in the event of an evacuation is to gather on the lawn of the Apple Store. No free ads for them, but the Apple Store across from the main entrance of the convention center. So with that briefing, the other thing as we always say before any AME 50 meeting, we want one person to speak at a time so that everyone can have attention on that person and while they're speaking. So we'll do raised hands in here. We'll also use the microphones. We have a few wireless microphones, and I'm happy to bring one over to you so that you can speak into it, and we can make sure that everybody in the room can hear, as well as the people that are dialing in virtually online. That will help them hear the conversation as well. Raise your hand to speak. We'll also be monitoring the chat in Zoom and raised hands there so that folks online joining us can speak as well. And then please let us know if you have any technical issues. We'll try to sort them out with our best technical knowledge that we can. And then, as always, be open to different ideas and perspectives on accessible transportation issues. We have a lot of different perspectives and experiences in here, so we encourage that as well as part of it.
Are people having problems online signing in with the QR code? I know Naomi said she was having problems. Have others signed in?
I'm having trouble signing in. Have you signed in?
So just to briefly introduce, they couldn't make it to the meeting today due to circumstances, but our committee research coordinator, Yohai Eisenberg, I'm going to show some stuff from him later about our research activities. And then our paper review coordinator, he'll be here later this afternoon Chungbo Ai, they both been serving those roles. And then is Subash online by chance? So Subash has been the part of our communications team that has headed the website updates and the materials that we have on there. And then I'll pass the mic to Susan.
Thanks. I'm Susan Clark. I'm manager of accessible transportation at the Canadian Transportation Agency. So we deal largely with air, rail, bus, some ferry vessel transportation, anything covered federally. So it's our responsibility. And I guess I should thank Todd for using a little picture for you as well.
Send me a new picture. Okay. Yes. Yeah, we'll do that. We also want to highlight our emeritus members, some of which are online as well. And thank you. We wouldn't be here today where we are with this committee without you. So special spotlight to them as we're doing introductions. So I want to keep this brief. We're going to pass around the microphone in the room. But please say who you are and your affiliation or organization, and whether you're a member of this committee as well as any other committee. So we'll go to my left first.
Okay, quickly, Mariela Garcia Goldberg, TCRB, the research side of TRB. I will be back.
I'm Jerry Luton. I'm retired from Princeton University and New Jersey Transit. And this is the first time I've been to this committee, not a member.
Hi, good afternoon. David Cha from the Collaborative in Boston. I'm a member. I'm also the former chair of the former committee, Paratransit.
Hello, Melissa Anderson, Office of Civil Rights, the Federal Highway Administration.
I'm Mary Leary, the Federal Transit Administration.
Hi, Joanne.
And a member.
Hi, Joanne Chow. I'm a member of AME 50 and Women and Gender Transportation. My company is in Focus Mobility.
Peter Kozijn van Tractable Belgium.
Hello, I'm Roger Market, Emeritus Professor of Transport at UCL, University College London, and I am a member of the committee.
Hi, this is Sally Swanson Architects. I don't think I'm a member. You're many times. I am a member. Yay.
Hi everyone, I'm Stephen Winters, Transport Canada, and I'm a member of the.
I'm Ling Xun from Canada, member emeritus.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Leonard. I'm from Texas A&M Transportation Institute and I'm a friend.
Hi, I'm Suzette May. I'm a student at Arizona State University. I'm not a member, and it's my first time attending.
BZ Benson, Accessible Design for the Blind, former member.
Hi, Justina Govorovska. I'm with the Bureau of Transportation Statistics and friend of the committee.
And I'm Jay Davis. I'm also with the Bureau of Transportation Statistics and also a friend.
Hi, I'm Kathy Klinich. I'm from the University of Michigan Transportation Research Institute and a guest in the first time attending.
I'm Paul Buttermute with the FAA, and I'm a first time attender as well.
Hi, I'm Scott Robertson with the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy, and I think there's some processing to set us up as member. So glad to be here. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Charles Rios, but I see a few familiar faces from another committee, so great to see. I'm with San Jose State University, retired from SFMTA in San Francisco.
Hi, I'm Caroline Rodier. I'm a researcher at the Institute of Transportation Studies at UC Davis.
And just quickly to indicate my interest in this committee, I've been involved with recently the design and evaluation of shared mobility projects that have served marginalized communities. Just some of those are nonprofit car sharing organization, a volunteer ride sharing program, and now at UCLA, in LA, I'm working on a universal basic mobility service. And all of those have had quite a bit of participation by people who can't use regular or most typical transportation services. Sorry. Sorry. Did anyone take my coat? I was here previously. Perhaps I was in the wrong room.
Pretty serious.
I wondered if they moved under.
Hi everyone, I'm Komal Gulati. I'm a PhD student in electrical and computer engineering from North Carolina, A&T State University. And my research is in urban and transportation planning, and my major research work is going on in accessibility projects. So yes, I'm also a first-time attendee and looking forward to the session.
Hi everyone, I'm Kaylin Levine with Tool Design Group, and I'm a friend of this committee.
Hi, Emily Dukoch with the Tennessee Department of Transportation, and this is my first meeting.
I'm Kaylee Kern. I'm a senior transportation planner at AECOM, and I'm a committee friend.
I'm Matthew Davis. I'm a graduate student at the University of Tennessee and first time attending.
Julian Castillo is the part of Iowa Regional Transit Agency. And I'm a friend of
Okay, so this is on, yeah. So you guys are already tested.
I am Alan Mintz and I'm Dunlap and Associates, first time attendee.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emily Brunson. I'm also with Dunlap and Associates, and I'm a friend of the committee. Hi, my name is Mary Beth Cleveland. I'm a certified orientation mobility specialist working with people that have vision disabilities.
Afternoon. My name is Bree Arnett, the California Public Utilities Commission. I handle road crossings.
I'm Randy Gensler. I'm a professor in civil and environmental engineering at Georgia Tech, and we're on one of the ITS for Us projects.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlton Wong. I'm a senior transport engineer at Arab, based out of San Francisco, and I'm a new friend of the committee.
And good afternoon. Doug Bermudez, Miami-Dade County, Department of Transportation and Public Works. I have the fair elections for the county and now for the committee.
I am Don Dalazari, Director of Transportation Policy from the Maryland Department of Disabilities, and I'm a friend of the committee.
Hi, my name is Val Kramer. I'm a transit planner at VIA, and I'm a new friend of the committee.
I'm Will Rodman. I'm a senior research scientist with TTI. I'm a friend of this committee. I'm on APO 55 as a member, and I'm CRC for the public transportation group of 10 committees.
Hi, I'm Heidi Gnu. I'm with Transpo Group and a friend of the committee.
Hi, I'm Daniel Heinsager, and I work for Dr. Gensler on the ITS for Us project.
Douglas Getman, Kimley Horn, friend of the committee.
Hi, I am Orna. I am a PhD student at University of Arkansas, and my research focuses on older adults travel behavior and mobility. And yeah, this is the first time I am meeting in person. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Wheeler. I am a research scientist at TalkCell, and this is my first time attending.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Miller. I am a cognitive psychologist at TalkCell, which is a small consulting firm in Northern Virginia. And two areas of focus for me are accessibility and multiple road users.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Schooley. I'm a senior planner and associate at Tool Design based out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Afternoon, my name is Zhizhou. I'm from Aka National Laboratory. I'm first time attending.
Hi, I'm Kathy Koval from Michael Baker International, and I am not a member. This is my first time attending.
Hi, sorry. Hi, I'm Kristen Gladwin. I'm a senior transportation planner for Michael Baker International. I also serve as the transit research coordinator for Florida Department of Transportation. And I'm a friend of the committee and serve as the liaison between this committee and the older driver committee.
Dave Summers, I'm with US Aging, which partners with Easter Seals to manage the National Aging and Disability Transportation Center. I'm a member of the committee.
Hi, I'm Tracy Zafian. I'm a friend of the committee and I'm from the the Transportation Center.
Hi, I'm Joey Goldman. I'm a friend of the committee. I'm the former chair of the committee. I'm with Crimson West. I'm based in San Francisco. I also represent on the TRB Special Committee on DEI, the interests of people with disabilities.
Hi, Lieutenant, I'm Sean Wang. I'm a member of the committee. We come from Taiwan, Eden Social Welfare Foundation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amity Lin. I'm also from Taiwan Eden Social Welfare Foundation, and the department that I work in is called the Center of CRPD Research and Practice. Thank you.
Anyone we missed? Coming back, please raise your hand if so. Anyone we missed? A couple folks.
Sorry for my tardiness. Shana Gleason with the International Transportation Learning Center and Transit Workforce Center.
I'm Dave Jepson with the Bureau of Land Management, the accessibility coordinator for headquarters office.
One more, then we'll, Judy's going to read our online attendees as well.
Thanks, Bryna Helfer with the Office of Disability Employment Policy. I'm really excited to be here.
All right, so Judy, who do we have online?
We have a whole bunch of people online. We have 22 people from all over the world. Alan Heigel from Spark Access, Amy O'Hara. And by the way, all these folks are putting their affiliation in the chat so you can find out what organization or company they're with. After Amy, we have Brad Dernstock. We have Danica Gonzalez from PVA, Paralyzed Veterans. We have Kate Hunter Zborski, who's our emeritus member. We have, Jim Elliott, Juliet Schultz, Kim Tran from Wisconsin, Ling Soon, also an emeritus member. Lynn Winchell-Mendy from the Federal Transit Administration, Michaela Niles from Massachusetts DOT, Melissa Gray, Michael Linder, also from FTA, Naomi Armenta from Nelson Nygaard, Neil Janis from ARA, Rex Knowlton, Sandra Figaro, I'm so sorry, Figaro, Susan Rickard, who I think might be Tom Rickard, Todd Webb from Federal Highway Administration, and Virginia Dyes from USA Aging. So thank you all for joining us, and thank you all for being here. We have so many new members, which is really exciting.
Yeah, thanks for coming for the first time. So I know the introductions take some time, but I think it's good for everybody to know who's in the room as we get these conversations. Low battery. We've already lost one microphone, so that's a bad sign. Okay, but it's good for everybody to know who's in the room as we get started. So this is our agenda for today. The first half is going to be a lot of committee business discussion as we provide an overview of what we've been doing and what we are doing at TRB and announcements, as well as other report outs that we do that we have lined up. And then we're going to get into some guest presentations and discussion of research needs and opportunities for the committee. And then in the afternoon, or later in the afternoon, I should say, after a break, we also have a set of highlight presentations and other report topics. So pretty packed. I'm going to try and keep it moving, but we do want to, along the way, allow ample time for discussion on certain items as we have everybody here in the room as well as online. So I'm going to fill in for Chungbo, who couldn't make it to the first half, to provide an overview of the paper review process that basically we were doing in the fall and got us to our annual meeting program. So some of these slides are familiar for those of you that attended our fall virtual meeting, but just as to provide a snapshot to everyone here, we had 51 total papers that were assigned to our committee. We actually originally had 63, and then we deemed that 12 were the other type of accessibility, as well as some other things that got bounced. Thank you so much, Christy. That they got bounced our way. And so we ended up with 51, which is up from the last few years. We usually, in the last couple of years, and when I was doing paper review coordinator, we had between like 25 and 35 was kind of where we were. So that's, an uptick, obviously. But they're, still in a lot of the topics that we've seen before. We have on, the word cloud on the screen. In terms of older adults, we've been getting a lot more papers since the committee changes in papers on topics of older adults and their, accessibility and comfort with using different transportation modes and pedestrian activity. You can see we have autonomous vehicles, walking and environment, transit use, and surveys. So some of the other and trip planning in terms of the key topics that we have on the screen, also on-demand mobility and technology with that, and paratransit, of course. So a lot of familiar topics, but we saw more papers in those topics this year, which is good. That our committee has been getting is seeing more of submissions that are relevant to AME 50. We had 24 of these total papers that were accepted for presentation, and 5 of those we also it should say 5 recommended for publication and transferred to TRR review. We did have 3 reviewers per paper at minimum. The TRB requirement is now only two reviewers, but we at least have 3. We aim to have 4 with each of the papers to make sure we have enough eyes and experts looking at them. And so part of that, which Chungbo did a great job this year, was as part of our request process for reviewers, we've usually reached out to familiar names and had people say, hey, do you want to be a reviewer? And so what a change we did this year was actually having a survey that we sent out and many of you completed, saying here are the titles of the papers that we received. And also I think we provided the abstracts too, not with the authors listed, but basically saying, here's what we've received. What are you interested in? Was a scale of 1 to 5 in terms of most interested and least interested. And that way people could come in and indicate more so than like general categories of what papers they wanted to see. They weren't necessarily assigned those papers, but then Chungbo could take the information that we got from that survey and then do optimal assignments based on interests as well as need to reach those 3 or 4 reviewers per paper. So the feedback we got during the fall meeting was that this worked very, very well. It worked well on our end, I'll say, and we heard from members and friends that it worked well for you. Does anyone have any additional feedback in terms of the survey if you responded to it this past year and how you found the information helpful. Were there things that you could see that could be improved from it? Looking for hands. I don't. That's,
This morning I learned something. It was really interesting. Diane Schwager from TRB, the Cooperative Research Program, was at a committee meeting. And she, in reference to when you're submitting proposal topics, research statements to TRB, and I think it holds here too. And it just dawned on me the connection, but make sure your title of your proposal, your paper, is really what the work is about. Because a reviewer may just look at a title of a submitted paper and say, this is not my topical area of expertise. This isn't anything I know about. So make sure that your title is descriptive enough so that a reviewer could really understand what the content that you're sharing.
absolutely, that's a great point. So, and with that, we also, I think, at least having the abstract available to people who are taking the survey. It's a lot when there's 51 titles in the survey, of course, but at least then people could click on it and see, hey, what's this paper actually about, in terms of what they're looking at. So this slide shows the quantitative process that Chungo starts with, in terms of weighting different questions. It will make these slides available also, this main presentation, so people can see how we're doing this. But this is a weighting we apply to the questions that each reviewer responds with on a 1 to 10 scale for each of these questions. And then we also look at the substantive information in terms of the narrative evaluation from each reviewer, and not just look at the scores. That way, if for some reason there's a mismatch between the scores that are received and, in terms of really high scores, but really, low or middling comments sort of thing, we can help look at that and suss that out against the other reviewers as well. So that's part of the process. Chungo did a great job with this. He continues to. And so, with that, we'll thank him again this afternoon when he's here. And thank you to everybody who reviewed papers for our committee. We know you're not the only committee. We're not the only committee that gives you requests for papers, and you're doing this for every committee that you're involved with or a friend with. So we really appreciate it. If we get 50 plus papers again next year, we're going to have a similar amount of effort needed, and we might even need more reviewers if we get more papers like that. The one thing I wanted to plug with that is that we've talked with Chungo about potentially having not a formal title, but a informal assistant role to help him in the paper review, sorting out and analysis process, essentially, to help share the workload with that. So as we get into discussion about volunteer opportunities with the committee, that's one thing you can indicate, keep in the back of your mind if you're interested in helping out with that process. It is a lot of work, but when I did it, I found it was pretty interesting to kind of see how the sausage gets made, sort of thing in terms of, everything that goes on behind the scenes. So if you're interested in that, let Chungo or I or Judy know after the fact as we get into it. So these are the papers titles we recommended for publication. Just to read them real quick: Dialysis Doctors and Other Destinations in Rural Tennessee, a comparative analysis of demand response transportation trips by age, gender, and disability status. The next one, Analyzing the Evolving Behavior of Older U.S. Travelers in the 21st Century. Next, Analyzing Mobility Challenges for Individuals with Disabilities in the U.S. Next, Towards Designing Autonomous Shared Rides for People with Parkinson's Disease, Barriers and User Needs Analysis. And then last, is this your first time here? Older adults and mode switching on a new local bus route in Philadelphia. So we'll see what happens with those. They're with TRR now. Some kind of echo from the speaker, but hopefully it's not bothering folks online. So really quick, I want to plug as a result of this, 8 of the papers that we received were in lectern sessions earlier today. I know many of you were at those lectern sessions this morning, and thank you for joining us. What we've tended to do the last few years is, for our lectern sessions, rather than just having the best high scoring papers, really group any papers that are accepted for presentation to find similar topic areas that those are, that the papers are talking to each other or overlapping in similar, research subject areas. So we had one on accessibility of streetscapes and measurement tools, and then another on public transit use and traveler needs. And both of those sessions were very well attended this morning. I think we got lots of photos from them. And so we also, the remaining papers for publication or for presentation, I should say, will be in our poster session, which is tomorrow afternoon at 3:45 in Hall A. So please, if you can have some time to swing down to Hall A and look at the posters there. It'll be in the section from A231 to A432 is the remaining posters. Then Judy, do you want to talk about the workshop?
Sure. You likely know that our committee has really moved into focusing on accessibility across all modes, a multimodal perspective. So we've been doing a lot of work around aviation and air accessibility meaning airplanes as well as airport facilities. We've contributed to some TCRP panels that have been out there, really important. Ever-changing topic. There's a lot of policy things going on federally, internationally that bear on accessibility topics. So we've convened the best of the best on Thursday morning to talk about policy. But those of you who know me, I like the practice piece of it. I like to really focus on, all right, you have this policy, the regulations associated with air accessibility. So what now? What do we do with it as a practitioner, as a user of the system? And so you're going to be hearing from federal officials, you're going to be hearing from national experts of research on this particular topic. And it's entitled Innovation, Equity, and Accessibility in Air Travel. Oh, the places we will go. So I hope you all can make it on Thursday morning.
Absolutely. So next we're going to go to Christy from TRB, who's going to give us some updates.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't think many of you know me. I am Christy Grencher. I am a TRB staffer. I am filling in for my colleague Bill Anderson, who is currently out on leave. So I have already been in contact with Todd and Judy. We were making sure you were all set and ready to be here. Unfortunately, I have no control over the weather, so thank you for being here. I know it was difficult for many of you and impossible for a lot of the locals, so hopefully we'll see them tomorrow and things hopefully calm down a little bit. There's really only two things I want to talk with you about. John MacArthur will be here. I saw him in the hallway. He's got another meeting he's going to go to real quick and then come back, I think, in the second half of your meeting. And he'll have a few other things to talk with you about. But the one thing that I want to talk to you about is rotation. And there's two pieces of this, and I think I'll probably talk to the most painful one right now, is that unfortunately Judy's term as co-chair is ending in April. And it's not because we love you, don't love you, Judy. We really love you and we don't want you to go anywhere. But there's some changes happening at TRB and our rules. And so Todd has agreed to stay on, so you're not being abandoned. Trust me, you're not being abandoned. But we do have to say goodbye to Judy officially. And I have a very small token of appreciation on behalf of the Academy. It's a certificate of appreciation. I know it's not enough. Thank you. So one of the things Judy's going to help Todd with before she steps down as co-chair is helping to the committee rotate its membership. So some of the veterans in the room are like, oh my gosh, has it been 3 years? Yes, it's been 3 years. So this is something that every one of our 177 standing committees have to go through. It is, I don't know if some of you know this, TRB, I technically I work for TRB, but I actually am employed by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. That's our parent organization. And so in order to operate these standing committees, which are very unique entities within my organization, we're not used to having these kind of things. There's a lot of rules that we have to play by to make sure that we are demonstrating to my parent organization that a diversity perspective is continually joining at your table. And that just seems kind of silly because I know you guys have got a diverse perspective, but I do need to demonstrate this. And one of the ways we demonstrate the diversity perspective of the conversations is through appointed membership of a committee. Now, what does that mean? Well, functionally, doesn't mean anything. We don't care if you're an appointed member or if you signed up to be a friend. That's a term of art for people who are interested in being involved and getting information from the committee. We don't care if you're one or the other. Everybody is welcome to participate equally around the table. However, to be a member, there's certain benefits. So once every 3 years, we ask the committees to rotate 1/3 of their membership. We want to give new people the opportunity to be a member, to get a discount to the annual meeting, the registration rate, to have something really, really cool on your resume that you're an appointed member of a National Academies committee. That's not chump change. That's actually pretty cool. And then the third is just having an opportunity that might not otherwise come up if you weren't a member. And my story on this is I wouldn't have my job at TRB if I wasn't a member of one of the committees that I now manage. My predecessor was retiring and he had sent out an email to all of the appointed members saying, hey, I'm retiring. Here's the job announcement. I'm like, this might be fun. And this is now my 20th annual meeting as a staffer. So time has flown for me. So it is an opportunity. So if you are currently a member and you are asked to rotate off, because remember, I am forcing them to rotate 1/3 off. It is not because we don't love you. We love you. We do not want you to leave. It's because I'm telling them they have to meet my National Academies guidelines and requirements through that. So several of you who are long-term veterans of this committee are also going to be asked to step down. Please, I am telling them they have to do it because of our rules. We are right now in the process of making sure we're reevaluating exceptions to it. We have a lot, like, we're a bureaucratic institution. Academies has been around since 1863. So you're in DC and you've been around for 150 plus years. You've got a lot of bureaucracy you've got to deal with. So we're trying to bureaucratize some of this by getting out exceptions. So we're all going to be on the same level playing field. So one of those rules is that people who have served 3 or more terms at any given time, we're going to ask you to step down. We're not going to be able to reappoint you at this time because we really do want everyone to have the opportunity to be a member. So there's a lot of really great people we're having to say goodbye to, and don't blame them, blame me. I'm forcing them to do that. But if you've not been a member before, or you're currently a member and you've only been a member for like 1 or 2 terms and you're interested in staying on, please let Judy and Todd know. They have until February 15th to get me their recommended slate of new members. There's 36 opportunities, lots of chances, but you won't get appointed unless you speak up and let us know. You also, it would be exceedingly helpful is if you aren't currently a member, as long as you're a friend of a committee, it makes their jobs a lot easier to nominate you. And if you have one of these, you have a mytrb.org account, a profile. And if you don't have one of those, get a mytrb.org profile, fill it out. And what I want you to do is I want you to log in, go to the My Activities tab, and there will be a button that says Become a Friend of a Committee. Well, press that button, and then you can search. There's like a little tiny box in the upper right-hand corner where you can search for AME 50. Thank you. I don't have all the numbers memorized yet. Sorry. Search for AME, or you can keyword. So accessibility, you can put that in there, and it'll immediately show this committee. You just flip a little toggle switch, and boom, you're a friend of a committee. So that makes their job easier to find you. We have your full information, and we really do need your full contact information because there's a lot of diversity metrics that we're looking at. We don't want all academics, we don't want all consultants, we don't want all West Coast people or East Coast people. So we do ask for more information about you, and that's because we really truly need to demonstrate the diversity that's coming to the table. So I know that was very bureaucratic and very rule oriented, but there's a short time window here. And we want to make sure you have every opportunity to take advantage of being a member if you're interested.
Because they automatically get. You have to, if you haven't been to My TRB and updated your contact information, do so periodically because the system is automatically dumping names from that roster.
Yeah, that's on a 3-year cycle I think that happened to us last year.
Last year, your friends list refreshed.
Yes.
The word. We had never done that before. We're trying to we need to clean it up. People move, people accidentally create multiple profiles when they get new email addresses rather than updating the old. And so I'm like, Christy, we got them. I'm like, send them to me. We'll get them all merged. Creates little problems behind the scenes, but I can get that fixed. So please do update your existing. And if you do have a new email or like, oops, I do have more than one profile, feel free to reach out to me or Todd and Judy, and they'll get in touch with me. We'll make sure it's all fixed behind the scenes.
And I've heard from a couple of people on occasion that because of the accessibility issues with the MyTRB site, that they're not able to log in. They're not able to go to that step of say become a member of the committee. If that happens to you, let Judy or I know. And that way we can pass it along to TRB and then they can help make that happen on the back end. But we know that a couple of people have encountered that in the past. So we certainly, if you're not a friend of the committee, then we can't send out our newsletter or messages or because we have to do that through the MyTRB system. And so it's critical for that reason as well.
Yeah, and I know personally that system is a little clunky. We're going to work on making improvements to it. But if you have any difficulties, shoot us an email. We will be happy to take care of it for you.
Any questions on member? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Can you talk about the conference changes?
Yeah, so I had a long conversation with both Todd and Judy in the run up to this event. There's a lot of administrative changes that are happening. Chair's got a preview of this on Sunday, and I really don't want to get into too much detail here. I'm a little bit limited in what I can share with you here, but more importantly, this is the fun part. You guys are here together, you're meeting each other, and I don't want to completely bore you with, I call it administrivia of TRB. Judy and Todd, and I know I'm not Bill, but I'm going to help you through all of this. I've got you guys. We're going to get through this together. One of the changes, though, that we are going to be implementing going forward, and we've got a cornucopia of options available to you, is that we're reevaluating all of our convened conferences. We also learned on Sunday, because this is new, I didn't know this, we got some limitations. So I know this committee has enjoyed organizing its own sponsor or, convene conferences through TRB. They take a lot of resources for TRB. And so we are now going to work together with the other committees in the group in which this committee resides to talk about what all of our collective needs are to meet formally under the TRB umbrella. If this committee is interested in doing something formal like that, well, we need to find some other committees that would really like to meet with you as well. We can only do so many every year, and we have found that some committees have gotten more help in doing these conferences than others. So I want to level the playing field with all committees, and quite honestly, the messages particularly to your committee, I think would benefit to be shared with other committees hearing. And like a great example is you're working with one of my committees. I actually manage the aviation group committees, and you have developed some really wonderful relationships with my folks. And so your Thursday workshop, my folks are very excited about. So I'm glad that's happening. They are also, and like I said, my job is to find you other opportunities to meet with others. And Judy and Todd were kind of excited about an opportunity in 2026 to potentially meet with the aviation group. So I've taken notes. We're going to see how to make that magic happen, if this is really of interest to you guys to do that. So we're just going to talk early and we're going to talk often with what you guys want to do. And so you can always do virtual meetings. I can help you with that where you're needed. You guys have been doing a great job with that. Co-sponsoring options, I think, are currently now off the table, unfortunately, with other non-academies organizations. Once again, this is back down to the academies is trying to reevaluate everything that TRB does and make sure that we're doing everything appropriately. So the long and the short of it is you will continue to meet. We will find opportunities for you to meet and gather, because that is the fun part. Annual meeting is hard for you to have your deep dive conversations. We know that because this is a behemoth of an event. We give you 2 sessions. That's not a lot. We need to find other opportunities to continue to engage you either virtually or in person, because really in person, I know means a lot. So you've got some choices. I'm going to look to Judy and Todd to continue to have those conversations with you about those choices. And then if we plan early, we'll make some more magic happen.
Questions online? Anyone
Thank
have
you.
questions
Any questions on that?
online?
Oh, I'm just a little confused. Involved in this meeting, this for a long time, and, you know, we went to Taiwan and that was amazing, right? Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was just incredible. I mean, I talked about that forever. And Portugal, that was great too. Are we ever gonna travel again? It was so amazing doing that.
Not in the foreseeable future,
Oh, really?
not international.
Yeah, so essentially, we're gonna have a separate, in the spring, discussion about like not the co-sponsor, the collaboration opportunities, with other committees and conference, and this is happening to other committees as well, not just ours.
All of the committees.
All the committees, as well as like, just what are the new rules for conference meetings and collaborations, and then what is on the table, and then what can we do based on that. But at least for today, we wanted to make sure there was from TRB the changes in those rules that we're going to have to work with in terms of what we can do.
And do it in an economically responsible way. The reason somehow I've organized my 2026 event there's 9 committees in that group, and maybe we'll have you as a 10th committee and a few others, is that many committees makes cheaper registration rates. And the registration rates are not insignificant. COVID changed almost everything for us, and the costs of producing a conference have gone up almost fourfold since COVID. AV equipment, by the way, is just off the charts expensive. So getting in, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but we want to provide value and service without scaring you away because it just costs too much, and we're expensive. There's no way I can get around that other than to work with you and work with other committees and plan early. So we can find those opportunities to meet with you. And I would just say that in an international event for us to manage, the cost would even just go through the roof because we're not based in those countries. There would be issues related to that. So, but that's for today.
I see someone.
Things
online.
might change in the future, but like I said, work with me. We're going to find ways forward. We'll just take it one event at a time.
Amy from Noblesse is asking about the demand response transportation conference that had been held. She's asking, is that something that can move forward? Can we bundle with a few other committees to continue to think about that?
I'm not familiar with that conference, so we have to talk offline a little bit about what are the plans and interests going forward.
I know Trans Ed, the conference, have partnered with them in the past to do the DRT conference. So Amy, hold on and we'll figure out a forum to talk and bring it to TRB and Christie's attention, and we'll come up with some answers.
Any other questions on those topics while we have Christy here? She's got a lot of places to be.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
No, we appreciate your time. Okay, and we're going to get more into the member discussion in a second, but thank you, Christy.
Thank you, everybody.
So we just, Christy was talking about the membership and rotation stuff that we're going to be doing imminently, essentially. So with that, in terms of making sure that we have a diverse representation of, backgrounds and organizations and countries here, that's part of what's going to come into that. And we also, as part of this, Judy is led in putting together this really expectation set of what we're going to be looking for in terms of new member interest. And really shortly, since I didn't realize it was February 15th that we have to do this, it's way too soon. But so shortly here in January, we're going to send out basically a note about this in the follow-up to the meeting for people that are interested in becoming a member. We'd like a like 1 or 2 page resume and a brief cover letter. Just, and this is something I've seen other committees do as well in terms of practice. So that way that'll help us in the review of interest. We also want to look at these in terms of expectations and what people have been doing already in your involvement and volunteerism with AME 50.
Yeah, you know, I think, one of the ways to become a member is be active, simply put. Participating in our quarterly meetings, we are pretty dedicated to having quarterly meetings virtually. We know it's not feasible to travel in person, but participate in those meetings, be active in those meetings, contribute to the development of the cooperative research programs, synthesis, any problem statements, review annual paper submissions. The committee meeting I was in this morning actually said that Friends, the expectation for Friends were that they review at least one paper and members have to review at least 2 or 3 papers. So we haven't decided that 1 or 3 papers is the right amount of papers to review as either a friend or a member, but think about that. It's such a learning experience. You know, you're doing it for the organization as a volunteer, but think of it professionally for yourself and how much you learn by engaging in that process. Always serve as an ambassador in outreach. I work on federal projects, and whenever I can, I'm trying to bring together the work of this committee, AME 50, with other work that's going on federally. So look at those opportunities and be ambassador for us. Write articles and contribute to content. Susan leads our work around our newsletter. Write an article for a newsletter. You know, be active and be present in our business. Participate, we have a mentoring program that we'll talk about in a little bit, so participating in that mentoring program and assist in developing the strategic plan. How many of you have read our triennial strategic plan? Few. So we're required to do that, but by TRB, and TRB is really looking at those plans as a way to guide their work with national academies. And it's actually a good blueprint for us because it's an accountability tool where we look at this triennial plan and we see, oh, are we doing what we said we were going to be doing? Are there any holes? And I think John MacArthur, who is our section chair, he oversees all the AME committees, he's going to be talking to us about that, but TRB is wanting us to update our triennial strategic plan. So we're going to be looking for volunteers. So get your hand ready to raise, and it's a nice opportunity for you really to get to know the meat of what our organization is about.
Roger.
May I just ask a question to decode what we've just heard from the TRB? Are we being told that Trans-Ed conferences are now abandoned, or are we going to discuss this at some stage? Just tell me now we have no one from TRB to clarify.
Well, I don't know.
So we're being told that Trans-Ed as it's been done in the past can't be done in terms of having our own international conference sorry, it's coming in. Okay. Yeah, essentially we're being told it can't happen in the fashion that it has happened, before, like in Taiwan in years past, as great as those events were. And that basically TRB is trying to scale back on every committee having its own conference and its own opportunity, and really looking for ways that, two or more committees can work together on a conference because of available TRB resources. So one is that every committee, they're trying to minimize the amount of sole committee conferences. And then in terms of doing things internationally, in on-site international conference, there's a lot more rules and things that we're going to have to account for that type of planning. So we do want to have probably either at our spring meeting or before that, a discussion on, basically from the final conference rules that come from TRB, what are the opportunities that we can do something, but we're not going to be able to, we've been told, bottom line, we're not going to be able to do Trans-Ed in the same manner that it's been done for an in-person conference before.
The other thing that's happened, and this was brought up at the chairs meeting on Sunday morning, is that there's some committees, and not our committee. I was listening to some of the discussion by TRB about they're they're really adhering more strictly to the National Academy of Sciences programs and policies. And apparently some committees have been rogue, you know, where they've used the TRB name, and in reality, it wasn't affiliated with TRB. And TRB is an organization affiliated with the National Academies is feeling like there's just too much going on out there they're not supporting, they're not aware of even. Like apparently committees have had programs and conferences and called it a TRB event. So they're being very, I guess there's a lot of pressure on them to be more consistent with national academies. And what that means for us, I don't know, but right now, Trans Ed as we know it is not good.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for, but we do, with whatever we do next, we are still going to need volunteers and help and planning and whatever that collaboration is. So we're going to be doing a call for that as part of the follow-up to this meeting. But we just wanted for everyone to be able to hear that from TRB of those changes coming down. Do you want to talk about a little bit the mentoring program?
Sure. I guess it was a year and a half ago, we established a mentor program for seasoned members. And that doesn't mean old, seasoned members to be a mentor, topical mentor, professional mentor, personal mentor to less seasoned members and friends of the committee. So we have, it's all volunteer. You know, the mentors, we have about 6 mentors that we make available. If any of you want to be a mentor, we've got a sign-up sheet for the mentor as well as the mentee. We encourage you all to use your wisdom and your expertise to really help less seasoned, I want to say younger, but less seasoned colleagues to grow in this field. So we hope that you'll take advantage of it. We have a mentor directory so you can see the topical expertise of those who are currently involved.
So we have a couple, these microphone volumes very widely. We have a couple certificates of recognition. We're going to do this one for Chungbo when he gets here, so don't tell him he shows up. But we have another one that we want to give a certificate of recognition to Dr. Kaylin Levine. And this is in recognition for being a great volunteer in supporting our committee research coordinator, Yohai Eisenberg, and the research statement development teams over the last couple of years, really going above and beyond just, or not just, but merely working on a research problem statement group, but assisting Yohai in coordinating interest and getting folks together on that. And so, Kaylin, we really appreciate your help in stepping up to that. So everyone give Kaylin a round. Now we don't have a slide for it, and Christy already gave Judy a certificate of recognition to TRB, but we have our own certificate of recognition to Judy, and really for, as it says on here, invaluable service to the committee as a member and co-chair. Couldn't have done this last couple of years without you.
Thank you.
You can frame both of those up, absolutely. So Susan, so I could stop crying. Here's the microphone.
Thank you. I'll be brief with our communication update because I think you already heard a lot of it. One thing is there's a lot of new people in the room, I think, so I would encourage you to join the committee as a friend. I think it was already said you can go on my TRB, make an account, and request to be a friend of the committee, because that's a great way to get information on all our happenings, invitations to our meetings, our newsletter, and we have a really great website with information as well. So I would encourage you to do that. In terms of our newsletters, we put them out quarterly, usually coinciding with our meetings. Sometimes they can be a little dry because it's a rehash of what we've already talked about if you've attended the meeting. So on that note, I would welcome guest contributions. And I think it was noted that's a great way to volunteer as well, as a friend and be considered for membership. So just in terms of making your submissions to the newsletter, it has to be aligned with our mission for this committee and of interest, of course, to members and friends. It's not to share information on commercial ventures. That's one thing that we're careful of, or anything that would generate revenue. So just anything that would appeal to a wide range of interests on the committee. So you're welcome to reach out to me. My email's up on the screen. Oh, there's a little typo in it. There's a dash between the CTA and the TC. But it's also on our website. And of course, you can reach out to Todd and Judy as well. I think that's it. Again, information on submissions is, there's a newsletter section on our website. So you can get all our old newsletters. You can get all our meeting notes and slides. Everything we have is on there, as well as all our contact info.
Okay. Great. Any questions on communication? I want to reiterate on the newsletter because you've heard it from Susan, but we really are, if you're interested in helping to, either write an article or, assist Susan with curation of information, for the newsletter. And, we've made some calls for that. We really want to, make this newsletter, a notable thing, an activity of our committee. So if you're interested, please keep that in mind and let us know, let Susan know, so we can make that happen. And newsletter contributions, in terms of guest submissions for it, if you want to, there's a regular assistive role, but you could, just do something ad hoc or every once in a while, or one-time thing. That's okay too. We certainly welcome that in terms of submissions.
Yeah, because even if somebody wants to just give bullets and highlights of something you want to say, and have me put that together, if that's easier, I'm happy to do that. I think it's just important that we get interesting content as well.
So yeah, just on the website, Sebastian's done a lot of great work in terms of our website contents. And in addition to the newsletters we've had, we'll have our, you can go there and look at all of our recent past committee meetings, as well as ones from way not as recent that are on there. And so that will include materials from today's meeting as well that we have there. So it's a great resource to have as one of your bookmarks. We talked about using my TRB and becoming a friend of the committee. So I think we can go next to committee liaison report outs. And so we have a couple of pages of folks that are members or friends of the committee that we've identified previously as either being a member of another committee or subcommittee, or being active with that committee, and is serving as a liaison to help relay information to AME 50 about what's going on with the other committee at TRB, and then in particular, what are things that that committee is doing that are touching on accessibility topics. As we know here, accessibility is in all modes and forms of transportation, and so we want to make sure that if there's an opportunity, for collaboration, whether it's for research statement development or conference related planning or event planning, or things related to TRB next year in terms of opportunities for sessions and workshops and things. This is an opportunity to get make sure that we're up to date, and vice versa. We want our liaisons to help relay information from AME 50, what we're doing to those committees. So I know it's early in being Monday afternoon in the conference, but wanted to give the opportunity to folks involved in various committees as a liaison to provide an update. So just by raised hand or whatnot, I'll come back here.
So I'm Kristen Gladwin, so I also serve as a liaison between the older driver subcommittee and this committee. But this older driver subcommittee is not just focusing on older drivers, it's any topics related to older adults mobility. Just want to make that clear. There was a different committee that was sunsetted by TRB. So this older driver subcommittee is taking that place. So there's a lot of topics related to just older adults mobility overall, not just focused on drivers. But one of the main things that they're doing right now is working on their strategic plan as well, their training strategic plan. So that's what we'll be talking about tomorrow during our committee meeting. And they are sharing that plan afterwards as a follow-up. And would love to have input from this committee and other committees on the strategic plan. Other topics that the committee has been working on this year is performance-based licensing. And this is not just for older drivers, but for drivers overall, because the main head committee for this is the licensing committee. So during the mid-annual meeting, there was a big in-person meeting here in DC to talk about performance-based licensing. So transitioning from the current licensing models we have to a type of performance-based licensing and what that would look like.
I'm Manish Shulgavkar. I'm at the University of Florida, Denver. I'm the liaison for the Parent Transit Subcommittee. Most of the conversations that have involved there link clearly very well with the agenda at this committee. Have to do more with access, but access in its various forms, whether it's digital access, it's built environment access, leading conversations about developing research statements, push that agenda forward, intersection of new forms of engaging with modes of mobility that are coming online. We have a subcommittee meeting tomorrow morning at 8 AM. If you're available and interested, you're welcome to join that small group. And probably the best way to give an update for tomorrow's meeting is to share it back with this committee in the next week.
Oh, yes.
Hello, Melissa Anderson. I'm also on the roundabout committee, and we don't meet until Wednesday afternoon. Invite everybody to join us. There are a lot of mixed TRB panels and papers and RFPs going on. The roundabout guide came out, and let's say it's not 100% sure, but there's a lot going on with alternative intersections, advanced type of intersections. So come to join us, you can hear more about what's going on.
Hi, I'm also on the Women in Transportation Committee, and I'm liaison to this one. They're meeting tomorrow, close to here, right next door, as a matter of fact, Salon E. At the same time, so you could be almost the same place tomorrow. They're going to be talking about a few things. What is gender not my job? And they're talking about institutional barriers, and you know that in this committee we also talk about barriers to transportation. And Mind the Gap, case study analysis of transit policies and design guidelines, gender inclusive transit planning. So there is some degree of overlap in here.
Absolutely. I know we have another 8 of folks that are named. I know the rural transportation and actually you want to give a brief update for
APO 55, which is the rural and intercity and specialized transportation, is meeting tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 in where is it? Oh, here we go, in Salon FG. So pretty darn close. That Paratransit subcommittee is meeting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The intercity bus transit subcommittee is meeting at 3:45 today. So good luck getting there. And otherwise, we often co-develop and co-endorse a lot of research need statements between us, and that's great. And as far as the DRT conference goes, that I know was asked about earlier, now that Transit is up in the air, we might want to talk about some a possibility of the joint committee or joint. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Will.
Kate,
Yes.
Kate, you're online. Is there anything you want to update us on the rail rolling stock committee?
There is nothing to update except that there are some adjacent research projects going on looking at the accessibility of the next generation of vehicles. The rail rolling stock committee, I think, meets tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Anyone else online that wants to share about another committee involvement? Yeah, as Todd said, it's what a great way to integrate the topic of accessibility into other committees potentially that might not even think about how that's.
Okay.
Kristen, something.
So I wanted to mention too, I also serve as liaison between this committee and the bike committee. So one of the things we've been working on in this committee and with the bike committee is submit a NCHRP problem statement that was titled Designing Accessible Cycling Facilities for Older Cyclists and Cyclists with Disabilities. So that was submitted. I don't know if you plan to maybe talk about it more with you. I will probably be giving you a brief update on that, but it was submitted in December.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. So one of our highlight presenters, we're going to go ahead and have that presentation now, just due to timing constraints. So let me pull up those slides if you want to come up.
So many meetings at the same time.
Thank you all very much. We're part of a lecture session at 3:45, so that's why we're jumping the line.
And you will pay for that. Thank you for accommodating us. I'm Justina Goborowska with the Bureau of Transportation Statistics, together with
Jay Davis, also the Bureau of Transportation Statistics.
And we're here to talk about developing a specification for bike, pedestrian, and accessibility infrastructure data and the national collaboration that we built to do that. Next, please. So you may all be familiar with getting driving directions in a mapping application, and it's usually a pretty seamless experience. That is usually not the case if you're getting biking and walking directions, because you might not know what's ahead unless you're familiar with the route, as you can see in these photos. No sidewalks, sidewalks to nowhere, holes in the middle of a very narrow sidewalk that couldn't be navigated with a wheelchair or any other mobility device, but also excellent infrastructure in some of the other photos. And you also won't learn from that mapping application how to have a pleasant, safe, and enjoyable trip by bike and on foot if that infrastructure deviates from the road. And that is because there is a data gap. There is currently a lack of open source bike and pedestrian infrastructure data, and that affects everyone. And there are no federal reporting standards and guidelines, and often no state guidelines on how to collect bike and pedestrian infrastructure data. And cities do what they can, and it's not interoperable. And also many cities are not even collecting the data yet. As shown in these images, some bike data can be attached to the road center line. This is not the same for Portland. And in other places like Boulder, Colorado, it might be represented as a roadable network. And again, the lack of consistency in the data format leads to a lack of interoperability. What is the impact of that data gap? As I already said, there's no consistency and there's no inclusive definition of how that data defines bike, pedestrian, and accessibility infrastructure, how it should be collected, how it should be stored. That leads to a variety of data collection methods. Each city, state, DOT collect and maintain that data differently and independently, and having multiple sources of these data in different formats creates complications in data maintenance, leads to data consistency issues, and difficulty in aggregating that data. And finally, the data inconsistency ends up increasing costs on the agencies collecting those data. It creates an incomplete understanding of our transportation system and lowers the understanding of walking, biking, and bowling trips. And that has further impacts on safety, the economic system, and greater public health. So what is BTS's goal in all of this? We have a mandate to collect data for the National Transportation Network database, which is a collection of foundational geospatial data on our nation's transportation system, the flow of people and goods across those networks, and the social and environmental impacts. Currently, we don't have any bike data on the NTAD, and our long-term goal to address this issue is to create geospatial data layer for bike, pedestrian, and accessibility infrastructure data on the extent of those networks, the connectivity, and networks. And that's not something we can do alone.
So that's why we have launched the National Collaboration for Bike, Pedestrian, and Accessibility Infrastructure Data. So this collaboration is multi-sector. So we have folks from state and local departments of transportation. We have nonprofits, for-profits, academics, and researchers, all working together to define data specifications that map out the bicycle and pedestrian networks, as well as the accessibility features of those networks. So things like curb cuts, auditory signals, etc. So we're working currently to develop the specifications, and then we're also going to be doing a number of efforts to make it easy for folks to adopt the specifications. So the National Collaboration, often referred to as NCBP, those are our letters. We are organized under the Federal Geographic Data Committee, particularly as a part of the Transportation Subcommittee of that group, which BTS is the lead. Next slide, please. So we've been at work for about a year now. We launched in December 2023 with a situation assessment meeting where a number of folks came together and started working towards a shared vision. In the spring, we did a bunch of work to get our collaboration into good shape. So we launched a collaboration framework, we elected some co-chairs, we had conversations around our vision and potential use cases. In the summer, we launched our first 2 subgroups. So we have one subgroup that is focused on drafting specifications. We have a second subgroup that's focused on data practices, which is really thinking about how to help states and cities adopt those specifications. In the fall, we started really digging into our work. So we have created drafts that are about 80% done at this point of use cases, a field scan of existing specifications, glossary, and some guiding principles for where we want this work. In the spring, we're going to be drafting. And our hope and dream is to get a first version of the specification out by about August or so next year. I'm going to put a heavy bold-faced asterisk behind that. It is a collaboration. We want something that we all feel good. Next slide, please. So during the spring, we're going to be creating drafts of those specifications, putting those through review with the collaboration. We're also looking to do some field testing of those collaborations of the specifications in some different states and cities. So if you're involved with a state or city that might want to be a part of this, please let us know. We would love to have you. We're going to be taking the information from review and from the field tests back, using those to improve the drafts and also to inform some resources and tools to make it easier to adopt. So, and at some point after lather, rinse, repeat, we will arrive at a version unique. So we would love to have you get involved. If you are interested, kindly grab your little device out of your pocket, grab that QR code. That's going to take you to our GitHub page. If you scroll down just a little bit on GitHub, you'll see a Get Involved section. There's a form there to fill out that says that you would like to get updates about the collaboration. If you fill out that form, we'll send you invitations to our meetings, including the next meeting, which is on January 30th at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Also under Get Involved, you'll see a form where you can sign up to join a subgroup. If you have some energy and are willing to contribute a little of your wisdom to this effort, please sign up for a subgroup. We would love to have you get involved there as And one last thing that's not on the slide. Wednesday at 3:15 p.m. in the afternoon, we're having a meetup. It's going to be in room 305 in the convention center. We will have snacks. We'll have transportation trivia. We will have a brief presentation. There'll also be a chance to network and talk, ask us questions, meet other people working in this space. So it should be pretty fun, should be a good break. The details again, if you want to jot those down. Wednesday, 3:15 until 3:45 p.m. 3:15 to 4:45. Thank you. It's 90 minutes. And it's in Convention Center, room 305. And thank you very much.
Thanks, Jade. Thanks, Justina. Question back there. Let me get it back. You have time for a question?
I love the data and interconnectedness across the country. How does PROAG play into this? I would think it would facilitate it, but just wondered how you're thinking about it. Thanks.
Yep. So
And I'm sorry for public rights of way guidance.
Yep, absolutely. So our intention is to be fully in line with what PROAG is putting out. So these would be specifications that help state and cities construct their data in a way that supports what's in PROAG.
Do you have a vision about how people will access this information? Is it Google Maps?
In terms of the data, once it's already collected, we hope that it will be published on a variety of platforms. So Google Maps would be one of the consumers of data, similar to how transit data in GTFS formats is consumed by Google, Apple, and Transit App. So once the standard is established, we hope that various navigation apps and other applications can ingest it and publish that data.
Hi, I'm wondering in the development of the specifications, whether you engaged the paratransit industry. The reason I mention that is because some paratransit services for decades now have been putting together databases of pathways. And your motivation was part of, it was twofold. One was in terms of eligibility, determination for not only using paratransit, but accessing transit. So they built this database in several cities already with the thought of getting to a bus stop and putting together information on curb cuts and bad traffic signalization, things like that, so that when the next person applies for paratransit, if it's a similar pathway, they already have those databases. They've been building these things for decades. And what I'm hoping is to engage that industry and see what they have already in terms of putting together specifications.
I don't think we have anyone from paratransit in our collaboration yet. I know Jay might know better. But we're working on our outreach subgroup right now, and that's definitely a great bit of information I wasn't aware of. So we'll be sure to connect with them and see what kind of data we can leverage.
Paratransit stuff.
8 o'clock. What do you guys compete in? Right?
Yeah, we'll look it up. Thank you.
Last question for Peter.
Am I right that your database is just based on geometrical information? No, does not contain intelligence?
That is correct. So just the geospatial network information with attributes.
GIS.
Right, so we gather attribute data on something like sidewalk width, grade, types of service, condition, and then that raw data can be used for any variety of analysis. That's our hope.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, got too many microphones going on. Up next is, let's see. Is Alina from FHWA here? Or Margaret Campbell?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm online.
Yes. Yeah. All right, let me get your I forgot you were going to be online. Let me get your slides up.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for not joining in person today.
And you can just tell me next slide.
Right. Thank you so much, Todd. All right, so hi everyone. I'm Elena Zlochenko, program manager for the ITS for Us deployment program with US DOT Federal Highway Administration ITS Joint Program Office. ITS for Us is a multimodal US DOT effort led by ITS Joint Program Office. And last year I introduced this program to you, and I'm back to give an update on our progress, because our sites are doing important research that basically aligns with your committee's effort to support independent and seamless travel for all users across all modes, regardless of location, income, and disability. So for those who are unfamiliar with the program and overall goals of the program, I'll just provide a very high-level overview before I jump into where we are today. So the goal of the program is to demonstrate integrated technology deployments that solve local mobility challenges for all travelers, with specific focus on travelers that face greater challenges in accessing essential services, including people with disabilities, older adults, low-income individuals, rural residents, veterans, and people who have limited English proficiency. So we have 4 deployment sites across US that are developing and deploying technologies to serve their communities. First one is Heart of Iowa Regional Transit Agency, HRTA. It is operating a health connector for Most Vulnerable Project, an effort to improve integration of transportation and public health by providing improved scheduling tools for healthcare facilities located in Dallas County, Iowa. Second one is Georgia Department of Transportation that is implementing safe trips in a connected transportation network in Gwinnett County, Georgia, with a focus on integrated trip planning and indoor and outdoor pedestrian navigation. The third one is University of Washington Transportation Data Equity Initiative, TDEI. This is a leading this project is trying to standardize sidewalk data to enable pedestrian navigation customized to individual preferences and needs. And they're testing their approach in 3 different states in multiple counties in the state of Washington, Oregon, and Maryland. And last but not least is Niagara Frontier Transportation Authority, NFTA. They're implementing Buffalo All Access projects to increase transit access to and around Buffalo Niagara Medical Campus in Buffalo, New York. Next, please. So one main aspect of the program that I really want to emphasize is that we use system engineering approach throughout the life cycle of the program. It helps to reduce risks of ongoing over budget or schedule and making sure that we actually meet user needs that are defined in the beginning of the program. The program is divided into phases with checkpoints and gates, and project must finish one phase in order to move to the next one. Other benefits of using SE approach include better involvement from stakeholders, validating that everything works as planned, and improved documentation to help others around the country to replicate our success and use lessons learned. So sites do not compete for the funding. They already did, they won, and then as they progress, they get funding for the next phase once they show that they completed previous phase. This allows them to collaborate with each other, share their wins, and solve problems together, which they actually do. So currently, all sites are either finishing phase 2, including final operation readiness demonstrations, or starting phase 3 public operation. Next, please. In the past year, sites worked very hard to complete phase 2 of the project and get through the operation readiness demonstration, ORD, which is the set of live demonstrations that each site conducts in the field at the end of phase 2 with US DOT participation. They show that system performs safely and as expected in key use cases and scenario, and meets identified user needs. The ORD must be successful in order for each of the sites to move to phase 3. Key elements of the ORD are selection of use cases and user scenarios identified during concept development, development of procedures that will demonstrate those use cases, collection of data to determine whether all parts of the system function as expected, as well as documentation of the results of the demonstration. So I'm very excited to report that HERTA, our site that operates from Dallas County, Iowa, successfully completed their ORD in June 2024. And now they're in actual phase 2 operation and evaluation. The other 3 sites are scheduled to hold their ORD over the coming 3 months, January, February, and March. And hopefully all will be operating in full by April of this year. Next, please. So as I noted, HERTA successfully completed their ORD last summer. On the slide from left to right, there are photos of a kiosk in one of the hospitals that can be used to book a ride and join the system, especially very handy for people who don't have mobile devices. There is a screenshot of how indoor navigation app looks to users. And here you have a happy moment of ribbon cutting from their public lunch. So HERTA applied a few lessons learned during ORD to make few minor tweaks to their system, and they're actively recruiting now participants to use the system. They already experienced significant time saving with their new system. Dispatching, for example, dispatchers save 2 hours per day. Accounting staff saves 2 days per month, which is really a lot of money saving for small agency like HERTA. These time saving come from the new system simplifying existing processes and booking of the trips. HERTA project also gained lots of local interest. Iowa Department of Health and Human Services wants to expand Health Connector beyond Dallas County to other hospitals. We're also hoping, this is just the beginning, HERTA is meeting with other counties and transit agencies in surrounding areas to show how to replicate the project. So this is really one of the great successes that we can report. Next, please. So since many of you are researchers, I wanted to make you aware of the ITS Joint Program Office that we make hundreds of curated data sets as well as code repositories from federally funded ITS projects that are available to the public through ITS Data Hub and ITS Code Hub. Data and code from each of the ITS for us deployment sites, for example, will be added during phase 3 over the next 2 years, but you can find other data and code sets on the Data Hub and Code Hub. They're completely free. You can just come register and use data and code sets to play with and use in your area, so your agency. And next one. Last but certainly not least, I have some exciting news for improving safety and accessibility in rural communities. We at the ITS JP are launching a new outreach initiative to bring ITS knowledge and learning resources to rural communities. We will start hosting a series of webinars and in-person workshops in 2025. Our first rural ITS workshop will be in August 10, 2025 at the National Rural ITS Conference in Orlando, Florida. So you can contact me via QR code that is provided on the slide, or make sure to visit our ITS Joint Program Office website as well and contact me. My information is included, and you can follow us regarding updated information on the workshops and webinar series, which we'll be posting on our website. So that's it. And if you have any questions, if I didn't run out of my time, I'll be happy to take a few.
Thanks, Elena. This is Judy. Also, I noted in the chat that Julia Castile is in the room from HERTA. So if people
great. You can ask her because Julia will talk about success. Hi, Julia.
Not to put you on the spot, Julia, but anyone have any questions for either Elena or Julia? It's really great work, and we've had updates from you for a couple of years, so it's really fun to hear the progress that's been made.
Yes, HERTA is in operation, so kudos to Julia and her staff. Can say that any more than that. Very happy that we finally have a product that is working in an operation. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, up next, I think we have Dan on the line. Dan, are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Dan and Alessandro.
Hello, all.
Dan,
Do you want me to
share the? Yeah, I have your presentation here.
Please do. That works. And Alessandro will take the lead.
All right, go for it.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is Alessandro Figueroa. I'm a junior research associate with UNC's Highway Safety Research Center. Along with me is Dangeline. He's also a research associate at the Highway Safety Research Center. And we are excited to sort of present to you all outlining how we envision increasing the representation of the intellectual and developmental disability community in transportation safety research. Next slide. So the first thing that we wanted to go ahead and do with this presentation is outline the definitions that we've sort of been able to put together and compile as a part of our research and sort of problem identification and exploration for defining intellectual and developmental disability. The two different types of disabilities are often lumped together. Intellectual disabilities are those that affect intellectual and cognitive functioning or intelligence, learning ability, problem solving, adaptive behaviors, which include social behaviors and life skills. Second of which is developmental disability. Developmental disabilities result in functional limitations that include learning, communication, cognition, and mobility impairments. And then lastly, together, the two are usually present at birth and impact a person's physical, intellectual, and emotional development trajectories. These disabilities, IDDs in particular, are often weighed between a biomedical model and a social model. The biomedical model represents sort of the medicine-based approach to the treatment teams that are associated with a person's care, whereas the social model of IDD and disability focuses on the social impacts that someone with IDD is going to experience throughout their life course, their ability to be integrated successfully within their community and enjoy the same freedoms and responsibilities as everyone else. And it sort of picks up on the pace of where a community can fill the role and increase access for people with IDD. So we'll go ahead and go to the next slide, which outlines the different barriers that we've been able to identify for people with IDD when it comes to transportation. The location of an individual with IDD is going to be huge. There's a large disparity between resources available for people in urban and rural settings when it comes to transportation and transportation access. Transportation access is huge when it comes to accessing care, accessing work, and accessing education. Other barriers include trip factors, limited availability, again, goes back to the location side of things, times, delays, planning, public transportation, and navigation, all of which can be made more difficult by someone's IDD and traditionally has not been considered within transportation safety research. And then there's personal factors, a lack of control, personal safety, and access to reliable transportation. These personal factors make it quite unique in the way each person with IDD is going to be able to interact with transportation systems and public transportation. One notable cited personal factor within the research is lack of control and personal safety and how those relationships impacts one's comfortability with going and asking questions, asking for help, and then being able to feel like they're free to utilize public transportation. And then lastly, we have the built environment. It's going to be pedestrian infrastructure, disability-friendly maps/aids, and then information barriers. The research has identified extensive factors relating to these few points that I brought up that can limit and act as a barrier for people with IDD. Specifically, infrastructure settings can be challenging for people with IDD, including shared mobility zones. So one thing that we've been able to pull from these barriers is that, traditionally helpful infrastructure like shared use can also become unhelpful for this certain group and becomes a unique need when it comes to people with IDD, and trying to figure out how we can make these settings more accessible and also increase the knowledge for people with IDD on how to navigate these settings. Next slide, please. So this slide's going to outline the practice and research gaps that we've been able to identify through our research on IDD and transportation safety. The first of which is going to be the prioritization and inclusion of the IDD community within research and practice. One thing that we've noticed within transportation safety research is that the IDD community is oftentimes overlooked as a unique population with unique needs within transportation. And what that has done is it's created a little bit of oversight when it comes to how we can address the unique needs of people with IDD when it comes to transportation. So a lot of the modern literature comes from the fields of occupational therapy, human resources, and employment research that all identify transportation as a critical barrier to community integration, but that's sort of where the ball stops. And the transportation research and transportation safety fields have yet to sort of pick that up in a meaningful way that explicitly considers the needs of people with IDD. Second, it's going to be research on mobility, wayfinding, and pedestrian behaviors for people in the IDD community. Understanding how different contexts can impact the way someone with an IDD is able to engage with transportation networks is not necessarily something that's been well vetted within research, and we don't have a lot of data on different design settings and infrastructure settings that can both assist or limit people with IDD. And then lastly, it's going to be the innovation of evidence-based interventions within transportation that are specifically developed for people with IDDs. Next, please. So what we have sort of tried to do within UNC's HSRC is identify different ways that we can sort of, help bring broader representation of the IDD community within disability research and transportation safety. And so the first thing that we've been able to sort of identify up to this point is that we need to create more research opportunities that explicitly recognize the IDD community as a unique population within transportation safety research. We can do this by prioritizing their inclusion and the importance of the consideration of their disabilities within former, current, and future research needs topics and statements. Second, it's going to be capturing the direct and lived experiences of people with IDD to inform policy planning, design, and research efforts without, going in and getting sources that can connect the IDD community to the research that we want to conduct. We aren't going to be doing meaningful research. So it's important that any sort of research effort goes and captures the direct experiences of people with IDD. Oftentimes, this requires a cross-disciplinary approach that heavily weighs on qualitative and quantitative research. Qualitative research really represents a great opportunity to go and connect with people with IDD, not only in our own communities, but nationally, to figure out how we can create better transportation networks for them. And then lastly, we want to seek out advocates within the IDD community to inform transportation planning efforts with the goal of dismantling barriers. We want to go and connect with those different fields of research that have done this, that have worked in the past to identify how we can make transportation systems better for people with IDD. So that's going and seeking out those that are prominent within the occupational health field and capitalizing on the networks that they've built, the community partnerships that they've built out to truly see how we can improve transportation settings for people with IDD. And then the next slide, please. In doing so, we've sort of identified potential topic areas to prioritize for people with IDDs. The first of which is going to be a broader umbrella term. It's community integration, really trying to figure out how we can design transportation networks in a way that they connect people with IDD to different community resources, community events, and other people with IDD, and creating an opportunity for fulfillment and increasing the quality of life for people with IDD. Second, it's going to be the social barriers to safe transportation, identifying different sort of factors that limit people with IDD from accessing resources is a huge start. And then the design barriers to safe transportation. There needs to be a creation of an understanding and a research bank that allows us to figure out what design settings are beneficial and detrimental to people with IDD. And then a huge area that we also have identified, there's a lack of understanding on the specific transportation risks for people with IDD. And we suggest that this is because we haven't really thought of people with IDD as a unique population when evaluating risks within the transportation field. And then lastly, how we can develop adaptive and assistive transportation technologies for increased accessibility. One area and gap that has been identified within the research field is that there isn't a gap in access to technology for people with IDD. That gap in access comes more so in the sense that people with technology and with IDD are not actively using the resources available, and we want to figure out why that is and if there's a better way that we can approach developing these technologies. To sort of build on this topic, we have been working to create info briefs for planners, designers, and transportation professionals at HSRC that sort of shed light on the IDD population and how they interact with transportation networks. D'Angeli is going to paste a link to one of the info briefs that we published that outlines how we can help students with disability better engage in their communities. And then from here, I'd just like to open it up to any discussion or questions from anyone that's here.
Okay, anyone? I'm so glad you're here.
I just wondered, about the modes that you're looking at in this study.
First side.
I'm a mother of a child with a developmental disability, and I know she and her friends really have trouble driving. So,
True.
I'm always searching for driving programs for my child's access. We live in a suburban environment. I'm wondering if you're looking at that. I mean, I know parents would really like to know what's effective for driver training, and how we can make programs available, specialized
Did you get the question?
Gotcha. Yeah, I think I got it. Was the individual asking about the different modes that we're currently evaluating, whether it's driving specific or relating to like the different sort of pedestrian and bike networks and how people with IDD can access those in urban environments?
Driver training.
For how to access, and I see from my research that, a lot of people, from my research that a lot of people with disabilities really benefit from, I know it's not popular to say this, but ride hailing. They experience a lot of challenges in the communities I've looked with really delayed paratransit. I mean, it just takes forever to get where they go. And in many areas, there are not any bike lanes. There are not, quality transit.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's definitely a huge thing that's come up in our sort of analysis of the available research. I think it's important to note that people with IDD are among the least licensed demographics in the United States. And that means that driving isn't always an option for them. And that becomes especially important when you do look at urban versus rural settings. So with my background, I have a brother-in-law with Down syndrome, and they live in very rural California. So like you were saying, paratransit isn't necessarily an option for them. And there's no bike lanes, and that limits access to healthcare, which is a really big problem. It limits access to employment and community integration in the broader sort of area. I do know that there are sort of requests for proposals out there relating to how we can better include like people with special needs within the driver's licensure process, but that research isn't complete. And that research is also limited in the way that it can be broadly applicable to people because there's such a limited demographic of people with IDD that do have driver's licenses. So one thing that we've been focusing on is trying to figure out how to build out better pedestrian and bike networks. And the huge thing that keeps coming up in that sentiment is transportation training and being able to find peer-to-peer transportation training where people with IDDs are providing the training to people with IDDs. there's examples of great programs like Peak in the city of Detroit, where they have gone ahead and adapted that model, where they teach people with IDD how to be their own bike mechanics, and then they also help the people that work within the organization to provide transportation training to people with IDD in the city. And so that's sort of what we want to look to highlight in our info briefs that we're producing, are the different examples of how we can sort of produce better transportation training models, because like you said, the traditional means of paratransit aren't always the best option for people with IDD. And especially as their reality is that a majority of the times people with IDD rely on those around them to get to the places they need to get to.
Well, I guess I would, hope you would consider the opportunities for people with autism, who can work, who have the potential to drive, and, and sometimes they do drive. I know from experience, they do get in accidents. There aren't specialized programs. So I do think there are variations in these communities of people with disabilities that really need to be addressed. I don't think that's.
We have another question and then.
Yeah, I was wondering what could be helpful from our end for supporting this work. So I have a developmental disability myself. I'm autistic, and I've been around in developmental disability, intellectual disability related work for a long time, multiple decades, including connection to transit, et cetera. I'm a non-driver myself, so if there's anything that could be helpful on our end. You mentioned employment, so we're at the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy. So the cross connection to employment, economic kind of end, and the travel training has become a major focus for us. I did not even access any travel training myself growing up, like officially. Sort of got some ad hoc training from my dad when I needed to go on an internship where it had 3 trains that I had to connect to just to get there. It took me like an hour and a half. It was like a summer job. So, and that was the first time I'd ever really used transit to commute anywhere. That was in college for undergrad. So it can be really complex and overwhelming for like a lot of folks with the intellectual developmental disabilities. And so anything we can share for input practices, maybe we could, offline, I'd be glad to, maybe if we could set up a call or something like that, that'd be great. If there's resources we could also share on our end from the employment, we'd be happy to. We have some technical assistance and policy development centers and resources. Thanks.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for sharing out your experiences. I think that really points to the importance of what we're talking about here. Someone's disability shouldn't be a barrier for them to be able to get to school, right? And navigating the transportation network. I think the biggest thing we're here to advocate for is the prioritization of people with IDD as a unique community within research needs statements moving forward. That way we create the opportunity to go ahead and conduct meaningful research on the IDD population and gain insights from the IDD population on how we can develop better transportation networks. I'm happy to jump in the call with you. Dan will share out our contact info. Anyone that's interested in sort of working together through this, we would love to connect. And I think the really cool thing about this topic is the world is our oyster, right? There's not a lot of the research has been done. So any idea is a valid idea when it comes to figuring out how to better research transportation or the unique transportation needs for people with IDD. And then if we are able to share out the resources that we're developing, we're going to be featuring our second one in this summer. I think that's our anticipated launch date for it. And just being able to share those out and point to positive examples of transportation training programs, I think that's a huge start.
And we can form research data in many teams.
Yeah.
Part of the second. Mary.
Hi, Mary Leary from the Federal Transit Administration. This is a great topic. I definitely think this is a very underserved community as a general rule. And one thing I would ask you to think about is how can you pull in the transit workers and workers on the transportation side, because I think oftentimes they really don't understand this community very well. And some of those misunderstandings can affect the safety of those individuals. So as you're looking at it, opportunities for pulling in people with IDD to help train and increase the awareness and knowledge of transit workers and transportation workers in general. We have a big focus on safety right now at FTA across the board, and that includes accessibility and ensuring people with disabilities are safe. So just a thought, I think you'd find transit agencies to be very receptive. Of course, you've got Easter seals to be able to help.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
One more comment.
I was just gonna mention that Senior Research Association in Vero Beach, Florida, they worked with the Commission for Transportation Disadvantage in Florida and developed a pilot program to provide public transit to this community, the IDD community specifically. So I encourage you to look them up and look into their pilot program.
Perfect. Will do. Thank you.
So thanks, Dan and Alessandra. We're gonna talk after the break about research development in this committee. And I think this topic as well as several others will be raised again as part of that. So keep holding on and marinating to those thoughts as we get to that. So, but thank you for the presentation. So we're going to go ahead in our agenda. I was going to do my best Yohai impression and go over the research overview now, but we'll go ahead and do the break, and then I'll do a condensed version of that afterwards. So if you come back at 3:40, and yeah, 3:40, 15 minutes, now 14 minutes, clock's ticking. And we'll talk about state of the research and development ideas.
And if you're doing a highlight presentation and we haven't received your slides, please send them to Todd, myself. Thank you.
Well, we had the best times, didn't we?
Yeah.
Did you go to Fortune?
I didn't get.
Are you go to Fortune?
I didn't get
No.
Kelly's. Let me check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't go. I couldn't make that off of family reasons.
Yeah.
I gather it was not good. I gather it wasn't very accessible for a start.
Yes. Hey.
Well, I gather lots of the people.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Couldn't get into some of the rooms, I think.
Let's make sure I download
Yeah.
these.
Wasn't there, right?
No.
I mean, I've seen like cases in Toronto, I think it's possible for everyone back there to see.
Well, I don't think we're going to go
Ways
through
to get
books there.
or maybe the video legit is able to bring top to those vertically so that the screen can be like.
Let me try that.
So I mean,
I have to do it on. Yeah, I have to do it on Judy's computer, and we're afraid to like mess with stuff at this point. Yeah. They didn't. We'll share the slides. They didn't have it in their PowerPoint, but we'll share it. Yeah. Yeah. Well.
Is that the highway safety? So this is.
Well, I figured it's people that come there.
Yeah, that's already.
I think that's. Oh,
Hi, nice to meet you.
That might be the best thing I can do.
Thank you. Yeah, Mike. She's down there. Yeah. Yeah. But she's, yeah.
Yeah, I was basically.
She will, yeah. Yeah. In fact, she's having it painted. Well, okay. I don't know. Yeah, she takes the. So I need somebody, I can't. I think he's got.
Something in the chat.
I don't know. If somebody is-
Okay.
Yes, sure, yeah.
I'll actually report back.
Yeah,
I can do that.
it'll be very clear.
Okay.
Ask them.
I'll just leave it open on this page. And get the Zoom link.
I have, I don't know if you saw my updated slides, but I have the QR code with like an actual link.
Yeah.
Spelled out on
Yeah.
every single slide, so that people should hopefully.
I got those, yes, thank you for doing that, yeah.
Not, I need to get formal.
I'm gonna mention.
Oh, next.
Well, no, in, we're gonna do.
Okay.
Basically, I'm here, it serves our funds, so, well, they'll tell me. 4 people can get to the, right?
Yeah, I need to, you're familiar with the 50?
A little bit.
Some microphone in the middle. What I lost for people, retirement, that, not interested. So I'm trying to see if anybody's interested. If not, I'll kind of reach out and do it again.
Okay, yeah.
If you're doing it right away, I might be able to stay, but I have to go to another meeting.
You can go, I can.
Okay. Do you need me to mention any other? Or you have them?
I have the ones that are,
There ones are
upcoming.
coming up on paratransit.
I have those.
How's your job at Canadian?
It's good so far.
I like, Fred. Fred and, Update. Being contractors of mine, fantastic.
Yeah, it's fun. Good little company.
Are you staying in Texas?
Yeah, I'm still.
So you're in
Yeah, we have a small Austin office, so, but I'm used to it. But yeah, I'm in our Texas. Good to see you. Yeah, I need to, sorry, wait, I was doing something. So I moved. To make the screen bigger. Basically can't see the. Block out the chat. This is just for us. That makes so I don't think. Yeah, that's the belly.
That's we're having representations.
And we can't. I don't want to short. This might be as big as we can. Yeah.
So that's the big right?
Yeah, so we're doing, we're not gonna do rotation. So what you can do is, make sure you sign in.
Yeah, I signed in.
As part of our file meeting, those are interested in. Provide a resume out. We'll have that. We'll have all the.
Yeah, so I know you well. I presented last year and you. Yeah, I'm going to give you that. You give me that. I'm going to bring my calculator. So yeah, I'll be sending an email. I have like every year I have 2 or 3 people in this company. My students student. And I thought I review, so why don't I involve in still on your I have a director session. So you will help with my students. Yeah, I'll send you an email and I'm going to give you my comments. I think it out.
But I think I have it. In my email.
It should be. Let me try. I actually.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's different from this one or not.
Yeah, I don't. The best thing is to go online to your niche.
Try. It should be the same on both sides. Or you can try this one. It should be the same code.
Okay, and you know. But yeah, I hope that works. And you'll have it. And you
So, it's still working out. I mean, you probably have, traffic.
I think anybody.
Oh, got you. Good, you're still working. That's all right. It's working now. Exactly. Yeah, good to see you again. Yeah.
I want to ask you, I think that is on website there.
Thank you. Yeah. You're really strong, but yeah.
So credit case study about all the
That is the committee.
Well, there's agencies that are doing it in conflict. They might not be
we take that.
Okay.
I think everybody.
Yeah.
Needs funding.
Yeah.
In any manner other than just like.
Yeah, there's definitely one. If you shoot me an email.
I don't know that I have your. That would be. So did you?
Yeah, so I'm in our Texas office is in Austin. So I'm actually. Yeah, there's now 5 of us in the Texas office. Austin office. I'm in Houston. Most of the people are out here.
Yeah. So that was cute. Thank you. I'll send you.
Yeah, just remind me. Yeah. I can find the union.
Yeah, I mean, well, Catman is, and at least LA Metro is one. I don't know if they might say, but it's not.
They changed the person who's charged.
She's not there, but I'm hoping to reach out to her. She's here about action. There was some news. They're not. I'm at my side.
Try that out of contact. They might be, they have probably a meeting on work. Travel. I think it's, you know, something like that. I could think about that. Because they were specifically setting up their microtrail pilot series. They're not. But yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, that's how. Okay, well, we'll be that.
Good to see you.
You went to many, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I feel like the
And it was
keeping it. I don't know. I'm just asking questions about time of this special community.
She was sitting there. She was in charge of she was in the third seat in this first interview. So she comes back.
Organization.
All trying to
I get it that they can't.
I don't know. So she was sitting next to the I'll try to.
Other organizations.
Now you can just show your reminder. Yeah.
So folks can start making their way back to their seats. So we can get back to our packed agenda.
International organization and making it a TRB conference. Sure that.
And I'm gonna go to
To lose it, I think that's, once you lose these things.
EOI's overview presentation on research development. So Yohai Eisenberg, our community research coordinator, CRC, he was going to be here today or virtually. He had an illness that came up, and so unfortunately he wasn't able to travel. But I'm going to do my best to provide an overview of what he was discussing with his slides and what we've been doing as a committee in terms of research development later. Over the past year and change, essentially. Let me get into the presentation here. Thank you. We tried to make it a little bit bigger on the screen for those in the back. Sorry about the visibility of this, but hopefully this is helpful a little bit. We will, as I mentioned earlier, we will share the slides, our main slides, as well as the other presenters' slides following the meeting and our follow-up items. So that will include these links that I have here and for everyone in the room, as well as online virtually. But essentially, as part of that, in Yohai's development of our research task force, he's organized things into Google Drive links, including a folder with the resources of the research development teams before. We also have available our current triennial strategic plan document, which has a lot of the research priorities that were developed last cycle a few years ago as part of this committee. As Judy mentioned earlier, later this spring, I think in March or April time, we're going to have to undergo it's every 3 years, updating of the TSP. But for now, we have the current one available in there. And we also have a planning page with our research needs statements and problem statements that is in the Google Drive folders as well. So part of what Yohai's want to do is make these continually available, not just when we have our virtual meetings throughout the year, but also as we look at upcoming CRP deadlines and people have ideas that come up. We want to make this a ongoing process throughout the year in terms of conversation, getting folks together that are interested in the same topics and have identified a gap in research that potentially one of the CRP programs can help with. and such. So that's part of what we want to be able to provide the tools with for this. So our goals for research development as a committee is, to advance research related to accessible transportation mobility, the name of our committee. Those objectives to meet those goals include getting research needs statements submitted and published. And then as part of that, not only getting them submitted, but making them, address the gap in research that we've identified, but also in appealing in that gap to the cooperative research programs to get them selected, for TCRP, Transit Cooperative Research Program, NCHRP, National Cooperative Highway, ACRP, for air travel, et cetera. And the BTSCRP, the Behavioral Traffic Safety. I butchered those titles a little bit, my apologies. So those are the objectives of this research development. We want to identify priority areas for those topics, select topic areas together and for statement development, organize and sustain these, what we call mini teams to co-write statements together. So it's not just one individual that is having the burden of writing. If you want to, as your own, write a whole research statement and they're gung ho about it, that's all well and good. But this helps, ease the burden as part of that. We also, part of the organizing of doing this is to, as a committee discussion, is to help get co-sponsorship from other committees as well. As we mentioned earlier, accessibility touches on everything in transportation. And so when we see a problem statement that touches on paratransit or specialized paratransit modes, we reach out to AB 055, who we heard earlier, to get co-sponsorship from them. We reach out to one of the aviation committees, et cetera, wherever those topics overlap. And most of the problem statements that we develop or want to develop as a committee are going to overlap with another committee or set of committees at TRB. So that's part of what we can do also, and not only thinking about what is the problem in the research gap area, but then who are the other committees that we should talk to and get folks from them that are interested. And then we're working together, collaboratively, and we're getting their co-sponsorship on this. And then we submit the research statements according to the various deadlines from the programs throughout the year. So this graphic, I'm not sure if this is from, I think this is from TRB, or if not, Yohai adapted it from their materials, but just starting at the top with, we have research gaps and ideas that we've identified. And once we identify those, we incorporate them into our TSP, as well as any action plans that we want to develop in between as part of connecting to the TSP. Those become research needs or research needs statements, where we identify the most pressing needs and then develop them and then enter them into what is the research needs statement database that's available. We've touched on it at previous meetings before, but that's something that we can see what has already been, even if there's not existing, there's a gap in research on it. There might already be a research needs statement that's in the database, and maybe it's something that can be, resubmitted or retooled, for instance, but that's another resource as part of this. We then, from those research needs statements, we develop them, we submit them for funding to one of the CRP programs. And then once they are there, they are then under consideration for, selection. They get, a bunch of them each year. And then, hopefully, ours stand out from that because we've crafted them with a lot of great experts in the subject matter. And then from that is conducting research. But once it's selected for funding, then there's the development of the project panels by CRP and the staff officer that's assigned. So that's another place where depending on pursuit of whether you want to pursue actually conducting the research, or if you want to weigh in on the development of that research by the selected contractor, help flesh out the full scope of work from the problem statement. And then as you help with the contractor selection for conducting research, and then help review deliverables and weigh in on those at different phases of the project there. The research is conducted and then gets, it's complete. It's great because you've been involved in the process in some capacity. And then from there, both the CRP as well as the research contractor works to share results, facilitate, communicate value that we as a committee share, what has been occurring with this over the process, and post our committee website. And then the cycle basically continues. So what's the next step? What do we need to do? We did a lot of great work here, but what are the remaining gaps that still need to be identified and addressed with further research? So that goes back to the top with research gaps and ideas. And in the middle of this cycle, is the middle circle with communicating, coordinating, and collaborating, all throughout this process.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but when a TCRP or ACRP or NH or CP issues a study, a call for submission, on the bottom there's a bunch of footnotes, and one of those footnotes is panel members who have been selected to be part of this process. Look at that to make sure you don't have any conflict of interest. And conflict of interest, and I learned this the hard way, is if your organization has any sort of monetary relationship with organization that is doing the work, that's a conflict. And it could be that you're not even involved, your department is not even involved in it. But if you have any fiscal relationship with the organization conducting the work, then that's when it becomes a conflict. So just be mindful of that. Look at it. I wasn't even aware that the panel members are indicated to submit an application.
Good point, Judy. So real quick, each research needs statement will have these sections on it. Aside from the title, the key things that the research statement, many teams will develop our background of why the research is needed. What are the objectives from the research that will be accomplished in terms of the expected end product and results? What are the potential benefits, of the research in terms of knowledge and who the audience is, and what is the relationship to existing knowledge, and how is it building? All the things that have been done before. Also can be proposed task descriptions, and those can take various forms and estimated funding and time period, and that's ballpark based on previous CRP projects and such. So with that, there's available snap searches from TRB that you can look at, given topic areas. There's I know there's one for accessibility or similar terminology. There's other ones that are available. That is a handy resource. There's also TRID, the Transportation Research Integrated Database, that's available. And then a current list of research needs statements. We have links that our committee AME 50 has developed that could be searched directly as well from the MyTRB website. So other ways to participate, I mentioned CRP panels and applying for RFPs, trying to be the selected contractor, and submitting results. One thing I want to mention, I'm going to go back to slides on participation for panels and such. There currently, or there will be an anticipated, this is analysis and anticipated RFP for TCRP G19, which is strategies for implementing same-day paratransit services. That's one that is definitely of interest to this committee, and of course folks that are on the paratransit subcommittee as well. So that will be, there's a draft or basically initial anticipated RFP posted, and then the full RFP will be likely posted, I would guess, in the next couple months, but we'll see. So that's one I encourage folks to take a look at. We also got a note from Mariella Goldberg. If you, those of you who've spoken to our committee before, there's a current project, B50 passenger transportation system information for people with vision disabilities. I butchered that title a little bit, but it's basically transit information, like fixed route transit information for persons with visual disabilities. It's an active project. It's halfway through. There is a need for additional panel members for this project. Apparently, there's been some turnover in a couple of the panel member spots. So Mariella is looking for 4 panel members for that. If you are interested in that, I can send me a note, and then I can get you in touch with her interested in serving. And again, that would be helping to review deliverables, that are coming out of the project, the draft deliverables, meeting with the project team that's working on that project. So hopefully we can get a few folks from this. Let me know as soon as you can, following this meeting. David?
Is that a full-blown research or is it?
The full one.
And, okay, can you give the name and the number again?
Okay, here's the full title. So it's TCRP B50, that's 50, B50. It's accessible public bus and rail passenger information for riders with vision disabilities. So if you search TCRP, that's B as in boy, 50, you'll see basically the RFP that's available online. You can read more about what's going on with that project.
Or we can contact you.
Or you can contact me and I can show you that, and Mariella as well. So there's also, let me come back to this and go to Yohai slides. So these are the research issues in our current TSP that we developed last time. So this, some of these might remain the same, some of these will update for the next TSP process this month, or not this month, this year. So we have improving accessibility and mobility on all transportation modes, auto, transit, aviation, rail, water transport for pedestrians, etc. Universal pedestrian infrastructure is another. Sharing of practices and policies, reciprocity. Education for existing and future professionals in transportation and urban planning. Resiliency, emerging mobility solutions, understanding demographic trends, the role of information in public participation, and global practices. So this doesn't mean these are all the only issues that we can develop research needs, but these are the guiding research issues that we had developed as a committee for our last TSP process. So as we get into the next few months, and they're looking for volunteers to help with the crafting of the new TSP, that'll be the list that we'll be building from and adjusting. So with the research teams and working with the CRC with Yohai and Kaylin as well, this is where we usually try to structure each of these teams to develop statements of having one leader on the mini team, a co-leader assistant, and then an additional couple of people to help working on the statement. And in the meantime, the research coordinator, Yohai, helps support those teams in finding available literature, helping with edits and comments, works with the rest of the AME 50 leadership team in terms of committee endorsement, looks at co-sponsorship opportunities with other committees at TRB, and as well as potential endorsements from outside organizations. This would be helpful as well. And then formally, works with the main team to make sure that it gets submitted. So in 2024, we had 3 mini teams. One of these was mentioned earlier. The first topic, accessible bicycle infrastructure and programs, that was submitted to NCHRP in November of 2024. NCHRP is a little bit different from TCRP in that it has to be submitted through a state DOT or an AASHTO member. So there's a little more it may have to be the submitter and a champion for it. So there's a little more of a lead time in terms of building that and getting the interest from a DOT contact to submit to that program. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. It's just a little more lead time in relation to the deadlines compared to TCRP, where we can, or the author team can directly submit. So we had that one on accessible bicycle infrastructure. Also to NCHRP, we had best practices for evaluating transportation equity. And then we also submitted tactile walking surface indicators in transit facilities to TCRP. So those were the statements we most recently did. Other topics that were discussed last go around this time last year were service quality and assessment, broadband equity and mobility access, ride-hail costs for the disabled community, obstacles as a degree of severity. I think those were like pedestrian obstacles, but could have been others as well. And then artificial intelligence and accessible transportation. So we could revisit those. We could look at other ones as well. The other thing to highlight is these are a few current requests for proposals that are out. I mentioned the one that's anticipated for G19, same-day paratransit. These are currently out right now. For ACRP 1037, boarding passengers with reduced mobility on commercial aircraft without passenger boarding bridges. So that one, I'm not sure if the panel, the panel's probably already been selected, but it could be that they have additional room, or you might be interested in pursuing it. There's also these two NCHRP proposals. One is 0A193, implementation of accessible temporary and alternate pedestrian access routes in the public right of way. And then finally 03-153 with NCHRP is on audible indications for accessible pedestrian signals. So those are available now. There's also listservs that are available to get these announcements of when RFPs or anticipated RFPs are available from each of the programs. So that's pretty handy. And then I have Yohai's contact information as well here. Hey, John. So with that, in terms of that very quick snapshot of what has been going on with research development and what we've done as a committee, what topics we've discussed. I can put the topics back up. We wanted to spend, I think we could spend about 10 minutes and change, depending on how conversation goes, on what have you heard or what have you been thinking about in terms of research, priority topics, interest in developing. So I'll go to Peter first.
As for the obstacle severity measurement things, we've done some work in 2024. I think that research statement is 80% okay. But what I see here on the conference, there is a boom in this kind of stuff, that kind of research. So this morning. So and that's one thing. And next, we need also a bit of workforce in our group to finalize that obstacle measurement. So if people are willing to help us today, and I know your name, and I send you an invitation for next meeting.
Are you the lead for that?
I'm the lead for them.
So Peter will continue to hold the baton, lead the charge on the obstacles as a degree of severity and development.
That's good ideas.
Well, we have one up here.
I'd like to develop a research needs statement to see if we could get research funded on the ability of blind people to determine the onset of the walk interval at signalized intersections that don't have an accessible pedestrian signal. Signalization is getting increasingly complex. And there are a lot of jurisdictions that are really wanting to be proactive about installing accessible pedestrian signals, but it would help if there was some evidence-based data that could guide them in prioritizing which intersections. For instance, intersections that have leading pedestrian intervals, intersections that have exclusive pedestrian facing, intersections that have protected permissive left turns, intersections that have split phasing. These are some things that would be included in that, as well as ones with simpler phasing as a baseline. But I think that would help jurisdictions prioritize where they install accessible pedestrian signals. It's wonderful that PROAG now calls for accessible signals wherever there are new pedestrian signals, where they're altered, although that's not defined very useful way yet. But this would give some basis for prioritizing intersections where you're going to put ABS.
Thank you, BZ. Anyone want to join BZ on that? You have to say so now. Okay.
Would that be an update to the research that was done before? I remember Janet and Dan.
Yeah, we did lots of research on accessible pedestrian signals, and they're the basis for the requirements in the manual uniform traffic control devices and PROAG. Nothing that would lead to this kind of prioritization of which ones should get done first.
So I thought there was a really good prioritization manual that would kind of.
Oh, there is a prioritization tool, but it wasn't based on that. It wasn't based on data on what blind people can actually do.
I'd be happy to.
All right, sold.
This is, everyone hears you, so this is a commitment.
Yeah. You promised. Kristen.
I've been curious. This is a very new idea, so it's not fully hashed out, but I kind of been curious to look into public transit agencies with, with the growing cost of ADA paratransit. What does transit agencies actually do to try to transition paratransit users back to the fixed route system? So are they actively working with their local municipalities to try to improve sidewalk access, bus stop access? Are they doing travel training programs? Do they have performance measures to try to, determine do they have a target number of how many users they will be transitioning over from paratransit back to the fixed route? So that's something I've been very curious to see, because I work a lot with transit agencies, and I don't see anybody have any type of performance measures to try to accommodate this, and it would be in the benefit for the transit agency and obviously the users, because we're struggling with the increased cost of paratransit, and that impacts their resources and funding to have fixed route service. So it would be a win-win for both sides.
They likely do not have good performance measures on that.
Yeah.
David, go ahead.
That's a really interesting piece of research. Unfortunately, I think it might be viewed as coercion. I think one of the things I proposed, it would be 2 decades ago, related to what you're, more sort of spinning it positively, is I've always wanted transit agencies to be able to come up with a good number on how many riders or how many rides of people with disabilities are using the fixed route. And maybe that could be somehow tied to what you're asking, is how many people used to or are still using paratransit and now are on occasion using.
Todd, did TTI at any point, it seems to me, I remember a study that looked at what transit agencies were doing to educate people with disabilities about options years ago?
I know there is a TCR review that's likely outdated in terms of, and likely lack sensitivity in terms of these types of issues like David was talking about. I can't remember, I mean, in terms of the different transit agency, efforts to, make the fixed-route, system for understood travel training, other sorts of quality programs and things like that. There's efforts that exist. And there was, bus stop improvement synthesis. I did bus stop and pedestrian pathway. That might be what you're thinking of, Judy.
It's a great.
But in terms of the benefit should be, obviously, there's a cost, higher cost per trip, with paratraining, but the argument of the benefit is the more, if you have, one trip that is less demand on paratransit, that's additional capacity that can be provided for other paratransit trips for people that need to take. There's a couple, and I'm also happy to help.
And there's a comment to carry.
There's a couple comments here.
I wonder if one way to get to it is, a study on the implementation of travel training. So, and then looking at the outcomes relative to that, like, so asking it in a different way, to your point, might be a way to get to it. I'd be on for that.
Yeah, I would be interested in supporting that as well, but have worked with, I'm working now with a client who made fixed route free for folks who are ADA eligible, and they have a separate fare card. So we have data, right? And it doesn't mean they're not taking paratransit trips when they need them, but it does mean we can see the routes that are more friendly, that are a little more accessible, and then we can start to see, okay, well, where are some of those places where we see paratransit hotspots from people who are riding fixed route. So now where are they trying to go that isn't accessible? And we can start to make those prioritizations. And to the coercion comment, recently worked with the transit agency that had started a bunch of programs to try to offer more options to folks who were eligible for paratransit. And the agency staff were saying, yeah, we're seeing a lot of people over there who know we're taking lots more of these trips. And the board said, how do we know that it's working as well for them? How do we know that they're actually enjoying that? How do we know, and so I do think there is an appetite for this among agencies too, not just on the cost saving side, but making sure they're really meeting people's needs. And I would be down to help with that.
Like the why.
There's,
Why use paratransit? Why not?
so there's comments not on the are there questions on the paratransit here? Otherwise, there's some comments in the chat also.
Yeah, just briefly, I was just wondering on the paratransit end also, is it going to consider things in addition to the physical environment, like was mentioned, the intellectual development disability population, like some folks may have had safety issues, et cetera, with using fixed route. And so they just have a large fear factor. How are you going to address those things? And I think that's not always thought about with folks sort of transit kind of experiences, is that lived experience type of a thing. And I think you're going to have to be really innovative, maybe, and look at, more on transit safety officers, and, I don't know, different things on that to like improve the safety, the wellness, sort of the full lived sort of experience kind of in addition to the built environment type elements for the accessibility.
Good point.
Couple, is it on paratransit or something different?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just checking.
So I really agree with the person who was speaking, he's on the call. I think, it's just as a consumer of some of these programs, I think it's really important to think about how all these programs are, how people who need them are actually receiving them. From regional centers primarily. That is where people get the information. And I don't know what the communication is between the regionals, how that information kind of trickles down. I mean, it sounds like there are a lot of great programs that are being developed, but really understanding how that's happening and kind of doing some performance measures around that could be really helpful.
Good point.
Here. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm Ann. I work with Knoxville area public transportation. I have a lot of thoughts with it. I think it's a really good thing with us. I know you're thinking about a cost type thing, but it is cost more for both ends, for those doing paratransit and also for the public transit. It's I think it's more holistic as far as at least my public agency, public transit agency that I go with. As far as safety, there's data numbers, and if it's a fear factor that can be collected. So like you said, I think it's out there. Just putting it together and making that statement. It is required to do the ADA transition plan, even though it's been extended stuff. And so that is that accessibility type marker. That's going to be something that's for all. And CAP just finished that in November. So I think with the agency I'm at, it's like travel training, letting them know they can do both. And there is actually a lot of freedom embedded in either one. It's a rider choice, depends on the day and everything. And even if paratransit was available day of, there's just a different time. So I'm just kind of rambling on, but there's I'm disclosure, you know, with public transit, I'm the agency, but I'm seen from the inside, but also from an anthropological perspective, training too, and registered nurse. So I'm looking at sort of multiple things.
Thank you for that perspective.
A few comments in the chat. Peter, you have another volunteer for obstacles and degree of severity from Benita Murphy, excuse me. Alessandro from the presentation earlier, I'm happy to lead an effort on IDD discussion of potential options related to engagement, social barriers, design barriers, and travel training. Kim Tran had a question about, I don't know who's leading the artificial intelligence and accessible transportation topic from last time. We can check on that. I think AI, it's scary for some, including me, but it's only going to become, you know, more and more relevant in our world, and so we're going to need to look at that in terms of accessible transportation with.
And I know that
Yeah.
TRB is looking at AI, the Innovation Committee is looking at AI, so that would be a great project to collaborate with other committees on.
Jim Elliott had a comment, how to make uncontrolled crosswalks safe and accessible for ASD/IDD. For example, is there a meaningful difference between rectangular rapid flashing beacons and pedestrian hybrid beacons for accessibility? So it sounds like we got potential collaboration there. And then Naomi talked about the idea of synthesis of transit agency strategies for supplemental ADA needs based on the current conversation. So we have a lot of volunteers for the paratransit ADA discussion. Alan has a comment about acceleration of EV infrastructure and the increase of state and local governments being stewards of federal funding for installation. Wants to see more research on accessibility of the digital environment, of charging stations for activation payment, and also status to better inform procurement requirements. So there's some conversation in the chat from that as well. So it sounds like we have a few research mini teams forming as we speak. Peter, another note, and then we'll need to move on to highlights.
I see there is a possible overlap between obstacles, severity, and IDD. So I'm volunteering to join also that IDD team so that we can change it.
Absolutely. So last comment from Mary.
A suggestion and then an idea. To the extent that you all can aggregate some of these ideas together, it would be, I think it would help you in terms of the CRP process. Oftentimes, sometimes it gets so specific to one particular area, and I think that that is a challenge in terms of being selected. The idea, what I was just thinking is, if you think about where we are in accessibility, and you think about all the technologies now, and you think about engagement, you've got Bryna here, who led the United We Ride effort many years ago. What if we were to do something along the lines of engaging for change and accessibility today, 20 years later, 20 years after United We Ride? Because I'm thinking about, you know, the locally developed coordinated plan. I never hear about them anymore. I never hear about engagement. And you're going to have reauthorization coming up for transportation. So it would be a really good time to think about, and you know, you've got social media, didn't have that 20 years ago. You know, how do you really engage? What does success look like at a local level? And maybe, I'm thinking about policy, but I don't know to the extent that you can do policy, but also where do we want to go? And I do think that if you look at technology now, same day service or just getting service in an hour, on-demand services, you know, if you look at where transit agencies are going in the future, a lot of that is very available today and will probably be more available tomorrow. That I just think that it's time for the community to really ramp up again for the next level of what true accessibility means in transportation.
Absolutely. So this isn't the end of the research. This is the beginning of the research development conversation. So Susan's been taking great notes, and I'm putting pressure on you. You know, these topics we discussed today, we'll get those to Yohai and Kaylin as well to help foster the development of this over the next year. Think about you know, fitting audience for which, you know, cooperative research program, and you know, think about whether it's a synthesis statement or a full synthesis statement is state of the practice, what's going on now. Full research statement is, you know, development of new tools and knowledge, you know, essentially about that topic. So great great discussion that we had here so far. So next we have a slew of highlight presentations that I'm going to share with. We have some virtual and some in person. Before I do that, since our paper review coordinator Chungo Ai is here, we have a certificate of appreciation for you, Chungo, for leading paper reviews and enhancing the process with the committee. Hopefully I did a suitable job talking about your process earlier in the agenda. Okay, yes. And do you have slides? You don't have slides, right? Okay. You give her your microphone.
Yep. And just to remind you all, these highlight sessions are just intended to be snippets of project work that's going on. They're not intended to sell anything or be commercial endorsements, but it's to tease you a little bit about wanting to learn more.
Thank you, Judy, for the wonderful segues information. So my name is Yingling Fan. I'm a professor at the University of Minnesota. I'm also a co-principal investigator of a program called MATI, MATI, which is the Mobility, Access, and the Transportation Insecurity. So this program is managed by the Center for Transportation Studies at the University of Minnesota. We very much appreciative that we're being included in the committee meeting so that I can give you some brief information. So transportation insecurity generally speaks to a person's ability or inability to access needed services and destinations comfortably, conveniently, and affordably. So we thought that the goal of our MATI program, MATI program, overlap nicely with the subject matter of your committee, and that is why I'm here today telling you about our program. So I sent around a flyer with more information. I only have 20 copies, so you will need to share. If you can do that, that'd be great. So the program is funded by FTA, Federal Transit Administration, and administered, as I mentioned earlier, by University of Minnesota. Our team consists of both researchers and administrative staff at the University of Minnesota. And our team also includes consultants from Tuller Design Group and the Center for Neighborhood Technologies, CNT, which is based in Chicago. So as I mentioned earlier, that this program is about mobility, access, and transportation insecurity. We wanted to highlight two unique characteristics of this program. One is that we're looking for projects. Projects that we can support, and the projects needs to be community shaped and provide innovative demonstration how transportation and particularly public transportation services can help address issues of transportation insecurity. So a major goal is to actually include the non-traditional groups such as community-based organization, nonprofits, either as leads or key team partners in order to incorporate the idea and expertise of those groups into the shaping of solutions. So our program is actually not new. We started the program in fall 2023, and we had an initial request for proposal in early 2024, and we identified 8 sites, 8 communities to support their transportation projects, and particularly improve transportation security. So the phrase, so we already supported 8 communities, and those communities are our communities of over 50,000 people. So we consider that component as an urban component of the MADI program. So FTA was generous enough to provide additional funding. So this round of call for proposal is actually for rural communities. So if you kind of work with rural communities, and your work involves community groups, and also involves the innovative transportation projects, whether it's a compelling partnership or novel use of technology or new practice in transportation, that all are welcomed. And also, I wanted to highlight one more thing is that they do not necessarily need to center transportation sector. So they could be related to housing or health, as long as it's about mobility, access, and transportation insecurity. If you wanted to highlight other non-transportation issues, childcare, health, housing, that would be great. So to learn more about the program, visit the website. If you don't have a flyer, just Google MADI, M-A-T-I, University of Minnesota, and you will be able to get to the webpage. And we probably don't have time for questions.
One or two questions.
Yeah, any
quick questions?
Anyone involved in the MADI program as it did the first round? Yeah. Grantees? Yeah. It's a great program.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
We were not successful, but it was a great program.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. So Jana Wynot, are you online?
Jana? Let's see.
Okay, so we'll go to Roger next.
Who's in the room?
And let me load your PowerPoint.
Shall I sit here or?
You
I
stand
can
up,
I can
or-
hand it to you. You can do whatever.
Whatever.
Whatever?
Whatever.
Oh, sit.
Should we stand or?
You can stand, you can sit.
Oh.
Either way.
I will sit if that's all right. Very happy with me to sit. Right, I have 7 minutes to speak about this topic, assault and harassment of people with disabilities on public transport. And this is done in England. I work at University College London, or did do, I'm now retired. And I think I'm talking about something I find quite shocking. Next slide, please. The National Travel Attitude Survey is a national survey based on a subset of people in the National Travel Survey, and it's essentially a household survey carried out in England about their travel in the previous year. So you can a number of waves, of which wave 8 is about attitudes and experience relating to personal safety when traveling. And it was carried out by telephone and online in 2023, so it's relatively recent. And there are 1963 people who have been considered, And of those, 18% have disability, the rest don't. So it's a fairly small sample, but it is nationally representative in the sense that weights are applied. The other thing he says, I didn't do the survey, it's been done by the government, but I'm the first person to analyse it by looking at disability. That's the important issue. Right, can we move on to the next slide? Right, so we've got a number of tables which you can see here, sort of see, and let me just explain it because they're all much the same format. The second column is the percentages of people with disabilities who said yes. The second column is the percentage of people without disabilities who said yes. All is the average of those two, and the difference is percentage difference between the number of people with disabilities who said yes and the number of percentage of people without disabilities who said yes. It's a little complicated. So this is for example, the number of used various public transportation modes in the last 12 months, in the last year, 12 months. So 63% of people with disabilities have used bus, but 64% have used people without disabilities have used it. So the figures of the difference are all negative. That means that, in other words, in all cases, despite the fact that people with disabilities tend to be less likely to drive or have a car, they tend to use public transport modes less than others. So there seems to be a slight curiosity here. Why, given they tend not less likely to be able to drive or access to a car because of their lower incomes, and yet they're not using public transport as much as others. That seems to be slightly curious. Let's just move on to the next slide, please. And what is something interesting that was asked was about people who didn't use something. So we often ask questions about who do things. It's also very interesting question to ask you, why didn't you do something which you might otherwise have done that seems very logical? And so they asked people why didn't you use, the people who didn't use bus, for example, asked, well, why didn't you use bus? Or those who didn't use train, why didn't you use train? And so on. That's quite interesting because we don't normally do that. And of course, they may have a very good reason. They may have a better alternative. For example, they can drive. But some people may deliberately say, I don't use it because I just don't like using that form of transport. So how many people actually say, I don't like using bus? I deliberately don't use it for some reason, which we'll come to in a minute, or how many don't use train? So what you can see on this is what this table shows. The difference is, people with disabilities, more of them are saying, I deliberately avoid using bus than the percentage of people without disabilities. Similarly for train, and similarly for metro, similarly for tram. So this seems to be extraordinary. Why are people with disabilities, fewer of them using these modes, which they are, you would have thought, in many cases able to use, and many of them don't have such a range of alternatives. For example, many of them do not drive, cannot drive, or perhaps don't have a car available somewhere else. So it seems to be very odd. So then the question I'm asking is why? And this question was also asked in this survey. So we move on to the next slide, please. And there were a number of reasons, and the top two, for this case where the difference is greatest, is the behaviour of other passengers makes you feel unsafe, which seems to me is kind of slightly worrying. And the second one was accessibility concerns. That's what we talk about all the time, and that doesn't surprise any of us, I think. But the top one is behaviour of other people. Right, moving on, please. Next one. So for train, the same top two reasons, but in this case, it's accessibility concerns. But the second one is the behaviour of other passengers makes you feel unsafe. So what is that about? But that's a bit worrying. Let's move to the next one. This is the key one. Next slide. Because so many more of them have been assaulted or harassed when on public transport. And that just strikes me as quite shocking. I was surprised when I saw this. You may be surprised. To look at those who have been physically intimidated, assaulted, or harassed, 3 times as many in percentage terms people with disabilities, 16%, compared with 5 people without those without disabilities. Verbal threat, harassment, or discrimination, 29%, compared with 15% of people with disabilities. I mean, it's terrible. Anybody suffers either physical assault or like verbal abuse, but the fact that so many more people with disabilities are suffering things just seems to be extraordinary. Why? Well, we can discuss that. We haven't got time for me to talk about it. Then we've got one or both of these forms of assault. twice as many people with disabilities without disabilities. Right, just final, slide and move on. Do they complain? They tend not to complain because they think they won't be believed. So more people with disabilities think they will not be believed. And that's generally based on experience. Or second biggest difference, because they think the person who assaulted them or harassed them will retaliate against them, take revenge. This seems to be a frightening phenomenon to identified. And thirdly, they thought that the person or people concerned wouldn't get caught or punished anyway, so why bother? Final slide. Just some what I've just said, really. Many people with disabilities don't drive public transport because the behaviour of other passengers makes them feel unsafe. Many more of them are targeted for both physical assault and verbal harassment. They don't think they're going to take it seriously. They do complain, makes them feel unsafe, so they tend not to use. So that means some of them probably don't go out because they can't drive, perhaps. They're frightened to use bus, train. And I just think it's awful. And of course, there's revenue implications for operators because they're not getting money in the view. And is this a British phenomenon or is it worldwide? I've looked at the evidence that some evidence happens in other countries, but it seems to be more of it in Britain. But is that because it's reported here? But that's an interesting question. Anybody has comments that are very welcome here. But otherwise, I'll happily chat to any individually after if you want to, because clearly I realise we are very short of time. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Roger. Anyone have a comment while we transition to the next presentation?
Just one comment. I always thought that we as disability or disabled people were the only discriminated group that was not hated. It's shocking to come to that.
I do a little bit of research looking at complaints that people with disabilities riding on public transit. And one of the things I actually see is the drivers treating those people disrespectfully. And I wonder if that's another category.
Point. Yep.
Maybe another research question.
Yeah.
Statements. Kayla, you come on up.
Well, I had a very interesting experience. I had to have an operation on my back. And for a long time, I had a lot of difficulty walking and I did a lot of travel as well. It was so interesting because people would get really angry, as you're leaving the plane, of course, I'm popping along. And I've never experienced that before. And I sort of laughed. I thought it was funny. Hey guys, I'm working my way through this problem I have, but a lot of anger. Can't you walk faster? I said, probably not,
Thank you, everyone. So we're going to move on to the next, but more discussion on this topic. So here's Kayla Levine once again.
Hi, everyone. I am going to share with you some ongoing work that just kicked off with us at Tool Design, and we're supported by BHB in this NCHRP project. This is project 08163, which is titled Defining Appropriate Design and Accommodation Thresholds for Active Transportation in a Context-Driven Approach. I know that sounds very confusing and a bit overwhelming, and it's a mouthful. So I'll explain what that means, but I wanted to just point out a QR code on the screen. I'll also read out a link that QR code brings you to, and this is going to be for a little bit of engagement that we're going to do during this really brief research highlight kind of discussion, because rather than me just speaking at you the entire 5 or 6 minutes, we'd love to hear from you and have an accessibility voice in this project. So the QR code on the screen will bring you to a link that's bit.ly, B as in boy, IT.ly/4 GYYIA7. You can also go to menti.com, that's MENTI.com, and type in the code on the screen, 94239862, to get to that interactive portion of this presentation. So let me just explain what this work is about. You can go to the next slide. So a common approach used in transportation design and engineering is to set minimum accommodations or guidelines, such as minimum width for a sidewalk or a bikeway. This is also used in planning, such as during complete streets projects, to specify what the minimum accommodations for pedestrians and bicycles should be on a roadway. However, these minimum accommodations often are not enough. And these are typically defaulted to by agencies because they're the least costly, the most cost effective. And so the overarching goal of this project is to improve transportation agency decision-making through the development of guidance and tools that provide a framework for how we can better implement active transportation infrastructure and design ranges, so going beyond these kind of minimum guidance widths, for example, in the example I just gave, and also to incorporate safety, accessibility, and comfort for active transportation users. And this is really thinking about context-sensitive designs. You can go to the next slide. And so the objectives of these projects have kind of 4 key findings that we're going to come up with. This include what are the current gaps in research about comfort, safety, and accessibility. What are some case studies that we can look at that are in different land use contexts, roadway designs, speeds, functional classifications, and like user types. We'll also come up with a guide on how practitioners can better select appropriate accommodations and that are context sensitive, and again, focus on that accessibility, safety, and comfort components. And then also think about some model language for design guidance, just to have some more consistency. You can go to the next. So now we're going to switch over to the interactive portion of this highlight presentation, just because we'd love to hear from you all, and again, really incorporate that accessibility lens into this work. So I've created a Mentimeter poll, and the first question we'd like to hear from you is, do you think there's a disconnect, or have you experienced a disconnect between design guidance and implementation and active transportation improvements? And we can see some answers already kind of coming in here, with a lot of people saying yes, or they're unsure. That's okay. If you're not really an engineer or a practitioner, you might be very unsure about this. We can go to the next question.
Okay. Do I do that on here? Oh, I see.
Great, and then I'll give you a few moments for the second question, which are, what are the top issues that you encounter when accommodating the accessibility, comfort, and safety of users in design guidance for active transportation? And these types of projects include things for walking, rolling, cycling, and even micro-mobility systems. So if you've had any experience with this issue, please go ahead and submit some responses. We're really interested in hearing your perspective. And we really appreciate the opportunity to connect with you all today. While we're going ahead and waiting for some responses here, I do want to say that at the culmination of my presentation, like on the last slide, we will have a link to a survey that we're also looking for engagement with, which goes into more detail about different types of barriers or challenges you might have had with design guidance, thinking about active transportation projects and users relating to accessibility, comfort, and safety. Awesome, so we have some responses coming in. People that have been saying, we see something, conflicting needs of different users. That's a really common thing that's coming up, right? Who are we prioritizing? Who are we maybe leaving out in our design guidance and accommodations in these active transportation projects? Sidewalk connectivity or just lack of connectivity in active transportation networks is a huge barrier. Right of way, yes. Weather impacts design. That's a really good one. I haven't heard about that yet, but thinking about how weather impacts design guidance. Great, we can move on. Again, I really appreciate your input here with these Mentimeter questions. And the last thing I just want to share with you all is a QR code, again, for the survey we're conducting with practitioners, researchers, academics, users, advocates. We're really looking for everyone's perspective here in order to inform kind of the future of active transportation design guidance to incorporate that accessibility component. The link on the screen is https://bit.ly/NCHRP08163. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, Caitlin. So, and we'll share this presentation and the links to it, and you can also get in touch with Caitlin directly to learn more about the survey and such. So thanks for letting me flip back and forth between the different technologies and all that. So up next, we're going to have another member, Sally Swanson, give an update. Let me get your slides together.
Okay. Hi, I would like to talk to you about my concepts on wayfinding. Next slide, please. Why is wayfinding important? Basically, it gives you a lot of comfort, gives you a lot of security. Feel great, I know where I'm going. The environment's talking to me. It's telling me all the good stuff. Now, if you don't have wayfinding, you get lost, you get pissed off, you start screaming, I'm gonna miss my plane, isn't that wonderful? I don't like this. So I'd like to share with you some of the concepts I've come up with. I have case studies, and the majority of them are focused on airports that I work with. I like to share my approach and methodology. You may disagree, but I'd like you to participate. Next slide, please. So basically, a positive wayfinding environment consists of decisions. You're gonna have to make a decision. Hey, how do I get there? Hey, where's that plane? Oh, no, it's not in that terminal. Oh, it's in the other terminal. This can't be. So there's a lot of clarity that's needed to do this. There has to be a prioritization of signs. There has to be cues. And there has to be a transparency design. Now I want to show you, next slide, please. All the time that you're going to have to make a decision. And if you could do this, is actually in it. So if you could look at this and tell me if I've missed anything, I would really appreciate it. But you can't believe there's about 28 times that you're going to have to think and act, and how are you going to do it? Next slide, please. What I'd like to do is share some of the places that I've studied. The San Francisco International Airport, my favorite airport is Istanbul Airport. Has anybody been there? That's just an amazing experience. We'd like to go to Rio de Janeiro. I'm working on the Sacramento International Airport. And I'm I guess a Paralympic reporter. I had a very experience there during COVID. Everything was the tightest security I've ever experienced, and my ending experience there. So let's just get on with this, what I want to share with you. The Sacramento International Airport. Next slide, please. What I learned is you've got to have participation. You can never design anything without reaching out. And you know, these are the concepts for a self-evaluation plan. Grievance, emergency, reasonable accommodation processes. But the best thing where you can really succeed is find out how people use the space. And we did that in that airport. And that helped put a lot of our concepts together. Next slide, please. So, there we go. Okay, we're gonna move it, but we didn't.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, well, whatever. Okay,
I can go
let me
back.
just go back to the signage piece. That's fine. The one thing about signage, I think it's very abused. I find the signage basically miserable. It's not consistent, it's not to code, it's directing you in all different kinds of places. You get really pissed, you know, wait a minute, baggage is there. No, now it's there. What airport I'm on anyway? And so there's a lot of confusion about signage. And I want to share with you the Istanbul Airport because the signage there was absolutely amazing. Next slide, please. Is that it was a focal point. It had paths of travel in places that were distinguished. It had a repetition. It had a rhythm. You know, you were kind of moving along and it kind of moved you along and it kind of moved you along. You didn't sort of slap your head, wait a minute, I'm going in that direction over there. You know, it really had you focused. Got 3 minutes? I'll have to be quick then. Okay, next, please. Just want to share more examples. You see how the gates are so large and the various restaurants a lot smaller. Next slide, please.
Sorry.
This is really important to me. I got so excited because I think these are dangerous. They really are. You have to be warned. You just can't step on them and wish for the best. And they had a whole system guiding you very carefully. Next slide, please. Just want to talk about Sacramento, San Francisco, excuse me. I can't forget that. Next slide, please, is the artwork. Their cues. They spent a great deal of artwork in their facilities. And you really get to say, gee, I'm in Terminal 1. No, I'm in Terminal 2. Next slide, please. They also have, you can see another art piece. They also have working areas that you can go and work and identify. This is a work area. It's very important. The next slide, please. I just want to talk about Rio. This was very interesting. I was a reporter, parallel reporter, and nobody spoke Portuguese. And the signage I thought was amazing. And so we'll just run through that. You can see that it's really clear, the decision points with arrows, colors. There's even something for your feet. Next slide, please. There's detectable keys. I think these are wonderful. They're so simple. They speak to everyone. Next slide, please. Device applications. I'm sure everything eventually is going to be done on our phone, but there should be kiosks. There really should. It should be people that you talk to. There should be a beacon system. There should be phone applications immediately. Next slide, please. This is a great system in Sacramento where somebody guides you right through, it's called Area, guides you right through the airport. And you just use your phone and on the way you go. Next slide, please. Just want to say this is my final slide. So I just want to share about Beijing because it was such high security, not only for COVID, but I guess they put a terrorist wasn't jump in any old time. So they had you going through various points. And this is as I was leaving and trying to find the airport. I thought, when will I ever get there? Next slide, please. And there it was. I knew I'd hit the airport. And I thought, well, this is a wonderful place to begin. It was very transparent. Just want to say in my closing statement, I really think that the DEI is very critical. Diversity, inclusion. It's so, so important that we support that this year and make sure that we reach out to everyone. Just a broad brush. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. We are moving quickly, and we have Kelly Buckland on the phone, and he's with the Secretary's Office, the Department of Transportation, and then we've got the Department of Labor. Our ODEC friends are here, so they're going to follow Kelly, and then Mary Leary from the Department of Transportation FTA is also here to share some updates for us. So Kelly, I believe we have your slides up and ready. So introduce yourself, and we look forward to your content.
And Kelly, these are your slides. I just want to.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Judy. And good evening, everyone. I am Kelly Buckland. I'm the current Disability Policy Advisor in the Office of the Secretary. Have just as of today, just a little less than 2 weeks left to go. And what I really kind of wanted to do today was I came and gave you guys a presentation a couple of years ago about the disability policy priorities at the Department of Transportation. And today, I kind of want to get you up to speed on what we've accomplished over the last 3 years toward these priorities. So if you would go to the next slide. This is actually a video. I'm not sure it's going to work on your setup, and it's a little too long anyway. So, but Judy, if I could ask you just to send a copy of these slides to everybody, then you guys can watch the video at home. But Secretary Buttigieg kind of walks through the importance of transportation and some of the things that we were going to work on and some of the things that we were working on when he did the video. If you want to just go to the next slide, please. So these are the established disability policy priorities that we put in place shortly after I got there. The Secretary approved these on July 26th, 2022. And you can see there are 4 main pillars. One is enable safe and accessible air travel. The other one is enable multimodal accessibility of public rights of way. Enable access to good paying jobs and business opportunities for people with disabilities. And the last one was to enable accessibility of electric vehicles, charging, and automated vehicles. And then we had some broad overarching goals that we were going to try to carry on that affected all of the department. One was to reinvigorate programmatic enforcement of the Air Carrier Access Act and Americans with Disabilities Act, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act and Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act. Advance diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the DOT workplace. The importance of that was just reiterated by the previous speaker. And address gaps in data on people with disabilities to inform policymaking. And ensure all DOT meetings and resources are fully accessible to people with disabilities. Next slide, please. So I'm going to walk you through kind of what we were able to achieve during the time that these were in place. I'll start off with enabling safe and accessible air travel. So if you go to the next slide, please. So if you remember, the goals underneath this main pillar were develop and advance a research roadmap, building from the Access Board TRB report and feasibility of wheelchair securement systems on passenger aircraft to support future rulemaking, basically that would allow people to travel in their own chairs. The second one was issue rulemaking on ensuring safe accommodations for air travelers with disabilities using wheelchairs. This ended up being like the flying with dignity rule. Issue an NPRM on final rule on accessible lavatories on single-aisle aircraft. Expand compliance and enforcement activities related to the Air Carrier Access Act and implementing its regulations, and educate people with disabilities about their rights under the Air Carrier Access Act and how to exercise those. Next slide, please. So on the research front, we did complete that. The research roadmap was published by DOT. It's up on our website. And we started that in July of 2023 on the anniversary of the ADA, and it is planned to be completed by 2025. So basically, what I can tell you is the FAA has not run into any major roadblocks to putting wheelchair spots on airplanes. And as a matter of fact, any barriers that they did find, they're already in the process of coming up with workarounds for those. So we could see wheelchair spots, and I'm not over exaggerating here. We could see wheelchair spots on airplanes like as early as next year. So airplanes would look more like buses and other kinds of transportation where you're not forced to get out of your wheelchair to travel. Now, obviously, it's going to take a lot longer to get wheelchair spots on all of the airplanes, but we believe like could do happen next year, maybe the year after, but we could have at least the inaugural flight of an airplane with a wheelchair spot on. And then we just start increasing that. Next slide, please. So the next goal was to decrease the number of passengers and disabilities whose wheelchairs are damaged. This was the, like I said, ended up being the flying with dignity rule. And that again has been completed. We just finalized that rule on December 16th. December 16th. So it will become published and permanently in the CFR on January 16th. We did complete that. That rule requires a lot of stuff. I can walk through a few things. It makes damage in a wheelchair a per se violation of the Air Carrier Access Act. They have to notify you when your wheelchair has been loaded into the plane. They have to notify you when it's been unloaded from the plane when you're getting it. Requires that you're boarded and unboarded in a timely manner. It means that they have to treat you with care so that you're not physically injured. And the staff that are doing both the handling of the wheelchairs and the handling of people's bodies when they transfer you have to go through at least annual training, and they'll receive a training on boarding, meaning when they become employed, they'll have to go through the training. And the training, they'll have to also show competency. So there'll be a competency test at the end of the training to make sure that they can demonstrate that they learned what they were supposed to learn in the training. So that rule, like I said, just became finalized. So next, slide, please.
Kelly, it looks like Ling had a question for you. Ling, if that's okay now.
Sure.
Ling, go ahead. Ling, are you there?
Unmute.
Let's come back to it. Sorry.
Okay.
Kelly.
Yeah, move on to the next slide. But so this is another goal we did complete. This was publishing the final rule for requiring accessible lavatories on single aisle aircraft. So that rule, the final rule was published in August of 2023. So that goal was also changed. Though some of that stuff takes effect earlier than others, but in essence, like the airlines were given 10 years to make the bathrooms bigger, meaning new planes or planes that are refurbished would have to have the larger accessible bathrooms on them. But they are already required to start making the current bathrooms more accessible by making more of the features accessible and providing an onboard wheelchair that people can use to go from their seat to the restroom. Next slide, please.
Kelly, I put Ling's question in the chat and she asked, what is the specs for the safety of wheelchairs on board the plane? And I don't know if we have time to get into all the specs. There's been a lot of research from Michigan going on and other places around the country. Is there anything that you want to say to address the specs question?
Sure. Basically, that what they did was they crash tested wheelchairs in the first year and have determined essentially that WC-19 wheelchairs will suffice to be able to be flown on an airplane safely. So that's basically the chairs that people are using. WC-19 means that they've been crash tested and they can withstand up to 19 G-forces. And so wheelchairs are usually done, that's usually done anyway, so that people riding on buses or trains or automobiles in their wheelchair know that their wheelchair can withstand that much of a G-force if there's a crash. So they've determined those wheelchairs could be used to fly on an airplane. And they're basically coming to the conclusion that the 4 strap tie-down systems that are pretty much people are familiar with, that are in taxi cabs and buses and trains, those kinds of tie-down systems will also be able to work on an airplane. So, but that hasn't been concluded yet. That testing is still ongoing, but that's kind of where it's headed. And then we already know that by putting a pallet underneath the floor, you can increase the strength of the floor to where it will also withstand that kind of G-force. And then the other thing I would just mention is that what they still have to figure out is how to secure the person to their own wheelchair, meaning what kind of seat belts are going to be required and how is the rest of that stuff going to work, like the dropping of the oxygen masks and that kind of stuff. But there are 4 prototypes of seats out there already. Boeing has a prototype, Delta Flight Products has a prototype, Airbus has a prototype, and Collins Aerospace also has a prototype seat. So those seats are already out there. Delta has submitted their seat to the FAA for certification to be used on flights. And Delta's plan, from what I understand from talking to them, their plan is to put their first wheelchair spot with a fold-up seat there on 757s, because the 757 has 2 doors. So the person could wheel their wheelchair down, enter in the second door and back right into a standard seat and lock in and go. So that's basically where we're headed. People will be able to use their WC-19 wheelchairs. There'll be a 4-strap tie-down system, and Delta will probably be the first ones to get a seat certified, because as I understand, they're the only ones that have submitted one to FAA for certification. So I think that's basically where we're at. But that's why I'm saying with quite a bit of confidence, it's sort of in Delta's court right now, but I can say with quite a bit of confidence, I think we will see wheelchair spots on airplanes in the next year or two.
Kelly, is this the slide you needed?
Yes, so I was talking about enforcement. So with enforcement, we did step up the enforcement activities. We basically reconfigured the Consumer Protection Division in OGC, and they've hired on several new attorneys to help out with the number of complaints. We're trying to essentially triage some of those too, so that we take the worst complaints instead of first come, first serve kind of a thing. And we're basically eating away at the backlog of complaints. And we did file a lawsuit or a fine against American Airlines for $50 million. The largest fine against an airline for disability related stuff prior to this was $2 million. So this enforcement action was 25 times larger than anything we had fined an airline before this. So we really did step up the enforcement as well. Next slide. So in educating people with their with disabilities about their rights under the Air Carrier Access Act was another goal. And this was completed in December of 2023 with the publishing of the wheelchair or people with disabilities traveling with wheelchairs Bill of Rights was published by the DOT. So, and that's up on the website. But if you go to the next slide, essentially here they are. It's the right to be treated with dignity and respect, the right to receive information about services and aircraft capabilities, meaning does your wheelchair fit in the cargo hold? The right to receive information in an accessible format, the right to accessible airport facilities, the right to assistance at airports, the right to assistance on aircraft, the right to travel with an assistive device or service animal, the right to receive seating accommodations, the right to accessible aircraft features, and the last one was the right to resolution of disability-related complaint or issue. And one other thing I will mention is that we did provide about, it's probably over $2 billion to airports. And most of those grants that we gave out did include accessibility improvements at those airport terminals. So there's going to be increased accessibility of bathrooms, increased service dog relief areas, increased ramps and accessibility, including communication accessibility, like so that it's not all auditory. There will also be visual announcements in the airport as well as audio. Next slide, please. So this is the multimodal accessibility public transportation facilities. So next slide, please. So these are the things we plan to accomplish was issue an NPR rulemaking accessibility standards, or PROAG is kind of how it's been talked about. Require state and local DOTs to complete their ADA transition plans, promote opportunities for infrastructure investment in rural and tribal communities, issue an NPRM and final rule on equitable access to transit facilities, updating the minimum guidelines, make legacy rail stations and facilities accessible through the All Stations Accessibility Program, and enforce ADA compliance in new investments in rail stations and vehicles, and enforce ADA compliance in existing and new improvements in Amtrak stations and rail vehicles, and promote opportunities for federal funding and financing to expand transportation alternatives for people with disabilities living in rural areas. Next slide. So we
A couple more minutes. We have.
Okay, I'll try to get through these quickly. So we did complete the NPRM on adopting accessibility standards for pedestrian facilities and rights of ways, or PROAG. That rule was like the Flying with Dignity rule, finalized on December 18th. So it was just a couple of days later, and it becomes effective in the CFR on January 17th of, so this month on the 17th. So PROAG will be in place, at least in DOT, and that makes it enforceable. DOT's scope is a little limited, though. All we have authority over is transportation facilities. So essentially bus stops, rail stops, railway stations, airports, that kind of stuff that are transportation facilities. Our rule will be enforced there. The rest of the PROAG will have to be enforced by the Department of Justice. And I don't think they've even put an NPRM together yet, because their bandwidth was a little limited. Next slide, please. So we did give out monies to help people make some of the improvements that they needed to make under their ADA transition plans. And we also developed like a dashboard and asked each state to send us their ADA transition plans and what progress they had made on them, and then asked them how they were using their bipartisan infrastructure law funds to address their ADA transition plans. And that dashboard is published up on the DOT website. So each person can go out in and look at their specific state and figure out where they are in regards to their transition plan. So I'll try to walk through some of the rest of this a little faster. So next slide, please.
Kelly, is another 2 minutes okay?
Yeah, I'll try to get through those. So good paying jobs and business opportunities. I'll go through that now. So we did incorporate standard language on hiring people with disabilities in any DOT notice of funding opportunities and contracts that we sign. So basically, people were required, if they receive a grant from DOT, to follow the requirements of 503, which means that you're supposed to go or try to shoot for 7% of your workforce being people with disabilities. So we've tried to really increase the awareness of this by requiring it in both the notice of funding opportunities and the contracts we sign into. So, and we've also tried to engage local leaders to encourage the hiring of people with disabilities in DOT-funded projects. We did include people with disabilities in the business enterprise program and tried to publicize that out to the disability community, meaning that they could get the same services that other minorities get through the disadvantaged business enterprise. We also incorporated some standard language encouraging the hiring of people with disabilities in DOT direct contacts, like the NOFOS, as well as what I talked about before. And then we coordinated with other federal agencies on regulatory and policy actions to expand broadband. That's under the CHIPS Act, I believe. Next slide. Enabling accessibility of electric vehicle and charging automated vehicles. So we did accelerate the development and adoption of accessibility standards with the rollout of the new electric charging network that's across the country, paid for in the bipartisan infrastructure law. We worked with the Access Board to develop guidelines for that. We then required each state, when they submitted their plans on how they were going to design their state charging station network, we required them to follow those guidelines, and the Access Board is in the current process of making those final. And we incentivized development of accessible automated vehicles through a challenge grant that we did in 2019. We named the winners on the anniversary of the ADA, back on July 26th of 2022. And, basically, there were 3 winners, and they're all up on the website too. They came up with, accessible vehicle, stuff that would make those more accessible to people with disabilities. There's an app that was designed for people who are blind. There was an app designed for people with cognitive disabilities. And then there was also like ways to deploy the ramp and secure yourself in the vehicle if you're a chair user that were developed. Next slide.
Kelly, is it okay if we share the remainder with, share your slides?
Yeah, these are just those foundational things that I talked about. So when you get the slides, you can look at this, and that's what these are. Yeah.
We'll make
So,
sure-
sorry, I tried to walk through that as quickly as possible, but there's a lot of stuff. We really did have a lot of success in the last 3 years in making transportation much more accessible for people with disabilities. So when you get this slide decks, please read through it and really kind of familiarize yourself, because we're going to kind of now depend on the help of all of you to sort of implement these things now that the rules are in place and that kind of. Now we need to have our folks try to make sure that those are being enforced. So with that, thanks again to all of you, and thanks Judy for giving me some time, and especially thanks for making this virtual because of the storm.
Kelly, we appreciate your work over the years and your support. And Kelly's going to be part of the panel on Thursday morning, the air accessibility panel. So you'll be able to, it's a 4-hour workshop, so you'll have plenty of time to interact with them. Thanks, Kelly. Appreciate it. Rhina.
Or I have Mary.
Mary's.
Really?
Or-
Give him a hand. I mean,
Yeah.
this is like 20
Yeah.
Seriously, Kelly, thank you. And, seriously. Yeah, Ryan Helper, Office of Disability Employment Policy.
Brian, do you have slides or? Okay, I
I'll
just
be
checked.
like 30 seconds, and then we can go back to Kelly. I just wanted to take the opportunity to reintroduce myself. I've been around the transportation, for a while, in and out. But the last 8 years I was in local government, so I'm back in the federal system, at the Office of Disability Employment Policy. I lead a team that I like to consider the connective tissue team. It's all the things that, without people with disabilities would not go to work. So accessible transportation is at the top of that list, accessible housing, technology. My colleague here, Dr. Scott Robertson, is on the team, and he's very active and engaged in the transportation space. And so we're really excited to be part of this committee, as well as other work around town. But I wanted to highlight a few things that we're interested in. And they were all talked about today, because transportation is a huge barrier for access to employment in urban settings, suburban settings, rural settings. So thinking across all modal connections, whether we're using driving or travel training, first mile, last mile, on the pedestrian side, thinking about fixed route and paratransit, but also far-centric jobs in suburban and rural areas that are critical for access and train and air travel relative to people with disabilities really doing more and more work travel. So if you're not familiar with the Office of Disability Employment Policy, one of the things our mission is to advance opportunities for employment of people with disabilities, and really working with those folks that are doing job connections, because without transportation, not thinking about transportation and housing at the front end of job placement, job training, apprenticeship training, people with disabilities aren't going to work. And so we're really very excited about that. Those of you who are familiar with ASHJAN, the Job Accommodation Network, the Office of Disability Employment Policy funds that. It provides reasonable accommodation tips for all employers and all people with disabilities. We have Ask Earn, which is employer-specific connections. We fund a partnership on employment and accessible technology. So that intersection between AI and digital access, we partner across the federal government, and we also do 2 other big things. One is
Our team's really interested in working with the transportation world on job placement. We're excited about CCRP study on people with disabilities in transportation jobs. And we also work with state and local elected officials across the country to implement disability policy, and transportation is on their radar. And we're working with them to advance local and state governmental policies. So thank you for letting me take 30 seconds. Thank you again to Kelly. There you have it.
Heroes in this industry, long time friend of the committee, member of the committee, important Mary.
Kelly and Rita, and those are the.
You might need to turn that off.
Okay, can y'all hear me? I know that we're closing in on time, so that presentation, please do share it. I just want to give you a few highlights on some things that are really important from a research and Federal Transit Administration point of view. First of all, we continue to be very, very dedicated to accessibility research. But the way we've done it, if you talk about inclusion, disability perspectives are included in all of the research that we do. From a specifics point of view, if we go to, well, since you have the slide, I think you go to the next slide. If you look at our research goals, connecting communities and improving equity are the specific ones, but everything that we do has a connection to accessibility. From an investment point of view, out of the $195 million of active projects we have right now, 70 million of those, 36%, are related to accessibility under connected communities. The other ones, safety is 38% at 75 million, climate is 72 million at 37%. So I just want you all to know that this continues to be a very important area for the Federal Transit Administration. And when we look at the problems that transit has today, we still see inequitable access in too many places. So that actually, if you see our presentations that we do, go to the next slide, you'll see when we talk about what the transit challenges are today. And we've had that feedback from our research committees who advise us. I want to highlight two very, very important notice. One is a notice of funding opportunity that's out right now. And the other is a notice of proposal rulemaking that you might not think is something that you might want to look at, but I hope that you will consider doing it. The first is we have a project, it's under improving safety. Let's put that slide up, and that'll be the last slide I show. And that is, it's bus safety and accessibility notice of funding opportunity. We released it on November 18th. It's due on January 17th. There's the link if you want to learn more about it. It's a very, very important project that has two parts to it. One is to ensure the safety of bus operators by finalizing the specs for a compartment that could be ordered when transit agencies buy a bus. But the second part of it has to do with how do we make buses better and safer, including the accessibility features of a bus. As we were going down the road of looking at adding this bus compartment, one of the things that we found in the initial studies that have been done is they were breaking accessibility and breaking the ability to really connect in with a passenger who might need support from the bus operator. So that's why that's very, very important. And you see it front and center in our title. It's taken us years to get to this point. We've done a lot of pre-research for it. I really hope that you all are looking at it and providing some thoughts, or maybe considering being parts of teams. The second is, if you think about transit automation and you think about shuttles, I think many of you know that that's going, particularly in rural communities, we see a lot of positive movement in shuttles and small transit automated vehicles. The safety of those vehicles is very complex. And actually putting those into service is very complex. I'll give you an example. In one rural community, they have to have 24 different maps for the way in which the environment changes over time, because the essence of a transit automated vehicle, what makes it work, has to do with the sensors. Those sensors are affected by what's around it. So if you think about it in terms of safety, we have a bus testing program that every bus that is purchased with Federal Transit Administration funds must pass testing at what we call Altoona. Well, we don't test software. We don't test sensors. And even if we did, we can't test every single geographic environment that is out there. So there's going to be a real need to make sure that transit agencies understand that they're going to have a lot of responsibilities to make sure that in fielding these systems, they're going to be safe. I bring this up because we're putting out a notice of proposed rulemaking, the first since 2016, on bus testing. And we're going, and it should be there. We hoped it was gonna be there by now, so I could say more specifics. But it goes either today, tomorrow, or really imminently, it's done. It's huge that we got this through. I hope that the disability community, and I hope this community in particular, takes a look at it and that you comment. We've created language in there for very broad feedback. It doesn't just have to be specific on certain types of tests, but it's a critical link because this is going to pave the way for a lot of work that we're going to do over the next 5 years and how we reformat this program. We've got a $1 million project right now looking at how do we make the bus testing program better. So I just want to reinforce how important that is. And last, all I want to say is this is a very, very special committee. You all do very important work. I've been honored to be a member for a while. It's relatively new for me to actually be a member. But I want you to know that I'm retiring on Friday, but this fabulous person is going to take over in my place. Her name is Dr. Miriam Alliar. She is at the Federal Railroad Administration. She has been in research for a long time. Her technical assistance and training will be new. She's fantastic. I've known her myself for 6 years. We're colleagues. We work together. I know that she cares a lot about accessibility, but she's going to be new at this. So I think this committee will need to really, support her. And then my deputy, Molly King, who's been with me for the last year, is here. And Molly is very dedicated to accessibility. She actually came from transit agencies. So I want you to know that the commitment will continue. And I will continue to be as connected as I can as a private citizen. But please, this work that you do is very important. And if you saw everything that Kelly did, I do want to just reinforce what Brian has said. Kelly has absolutely made miracles happen. Absolutely miracles happen. So I think we should clap for that. And Brian.
Yeah, we're so happy to have the support of our federal partners. It's so important to this work. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. And others.
So we have a last quick presentation on an ACT report update.
Yes. Okay, first of all, good afternoon. I know I'm between you and whatever vibrations you're going to have, so I'm going to be really quick. My name is Angela Berry Robertson. I'm the Senior Advisor in the Departmental Office of Civil Rights under the Office of Secretary. And on behalf of Director Irene Marion, who unfortunately, because of weather, was not able to be here today, just want to give you a quick update on the Advisory Committee for Transportation Equity for the Secretary. I'm joined here today by our Vice Chair. We've been running around doing all this, so all of our computers are dead. I apologize, but albeit briefly, I'll just go over the Advisory Committee as she gets set up. She's our Vice Chair. We are now in our second iteration of the committee. The initial committee was chaired by former Secretary Anthony Fox, actually reviving the committee that was under the Obama administration to really get, I should say, industry and community input regarding transportation equity and how we are implementing it and making recommendations to the Secretary about certain areas of work. And I apologize, like I said, the mission of the ACTE was to address equity, connectivity, and access challenges faced by individuals and communities. And we've got it's an advisory committee, but of course, working hand in hand, the committee's been working with various departments in DOT and to making sure that what they're recommending is somewhat in line with or maybe challenging some of us at DOT. And so ACTE's role basically is to provide expertise from the community, provide equitable transportation proposals to the Secretary, and facilitate public engagement and ensure a collective effort on what needs to be done. And so, like I said, this process started back in 2023, actually 2022, and then they have been meeting on a consistent basis based on the 5 areas of equity that are part of the US DOT Equity Plan, which are expanding access, interventions, power of the community, wealth creation, and institutionalizing equity. So are you ready? Okay, I'm gonna now turn it over to our Vice Chair, to go over the subcommittee work as well as the recommendations that directly impact this committee. Thank you.
Well, thank you. My name is Tanya Smith, and I serve as the Civil Rights Director for the North Carolina Department of Transportation, and also as a newly named Vice Chair of the ACTE Committee. And I'll be very short, probably less than 2 minutes, but wanted to again highlight the focus areas that we have, which are expanding access, the interventions, which is really focused a lot on policy, looking at NEPA, CEPA, things like that. And really looking at accessibility, which would be a key part for this committee. Power of community, also a big part of committees, listening to the challenges of the communities, wealth creation, and institutionalizing equity. Part of our process is we're focused heavy on public engagement. We separated our action into 4 committees. And then we built out a 5th one. But the big part that I was most proud of is the interventions, which I shared the policy for that. But again, a lot of that is into how to create accessibility for communities. So between interventions and expanding access, those are really areas to build upon. Our website contains all of the links to the process and the documents that we have, knowing that these are rolling recommendations, so it is a very iterative. Okay, it's an iterative process, so we're gonna just build it out. We had to move very quickly, and we're continuing to move very quickly, so we will not claim perfection, but we felt it was better to get something on paper as opposed to waiting years to debate about what is best to move forward.
Just briefly, I know you're like presentation. Again, technically, I'll send it to the committee, and so he will be able to share it. So you guys can see not only just the summary report, which you're giving now, but little detailed into each of the work that each of the committees did as it relates to the work, especially related to this group. So I can just go straight to the talking points. Okay, she's just going to hit the highlights because I know in the essence of time. So thank you.
So some of the things we wanted to raise up for highlight for this committee, of course, as we went to each committee, we actually took the time to look at your mission and what you're trying to achieve. And we try to cross-reference, crosswalk what we came up with thus far. Doesn't mean that the other recommendations are not applicable, but we wanted to just raise up some highlights. So one of our cross-cutting recommendations, number 6, and again, this is all available online, is to develop prospective tools to assess infrastructure impacts on underserved communities. Recognizing that a toolkit and survey is needed to know the needs of the community, and to conduct a comprehensive impact assessment of past and present federally funded infrastructure projects on impacted communities, consisting of project-specific analysis of displaced and non-displaced residents, financial, social, psychological costs of benefits. Some of this is outside of the jurisdiction of USDOT, so we'll need to work with partners to realize. This recommendation speaks directly to the development of the assessment tools. So research is really important to achieve this. But this committee here can track the progress of this programming to look at those social, psychological, financial cost benefits. So we need your support in that area because again, this is not in USDOT jurisdiction. Also expanding access recommendations, interventions committee, they're closely tied as I mentioned, but the power of community recommendation to enhance community engagement and isolated in rural communities. And we really debated a lot about isolated versus people who are in other locations. So you can be in an urban area and still be isolated within that area. But also enhancing community engagement with working with the NPOs to establish rural and isolated community transportation advisory services where applicable. Providing specialized guidance and training on how to address rural isolated needs, including training on removing barriers such as lack of broadband, the digital divide. Directives for this approach should be incorporated in USDOT circulars. that address public involvement throughout the entire department, and that is within USDOT jurisdiction. So don't just research it, talk about it, but give it some applicability. For this committee, speaks directly to accessibility for rural and isolated communities. You would be interested in, we'd be interested in measures proposed to enhance engagement and training and public involvement. What are the best practices? This recommendation will support NPOs in establishing advisory committees tailored to meet the needs of rural and isolated communities. And of course, those NPOs, RPOs. This committee also discusses trends in technology and using strategic plan to remove that digital divide, but also the committee can track the progress of programming. The next one is wealth creation. And I'll just summarize some of this for the interest of time. But part of that is to investigate the urgent need for respite amenities for intercity bus travelers. We know that that's always a challenge. This committee, you're interested in accessibility for underserved and historically isolated communities. But you can track the programming for these amenities, food, water, restrooms, things of the sort. Is that the last one?
Yes,
That's the last.
All right, so thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for letting us take the time. But please follow up. Like I said, I'm going to send Todd the PowerPoint and you can get the website. If you have any questions, I'll tell you where to go. Thank you.
We will share it in our follow-up to the meeting, and so everybody has that and can see what the committee can help with the continued effort. So thank you. Sorry I didn't have your presentation.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Yeah.
We had typical difficulties.
So I'm going to take 1 minute to quickly go through this. So just in terms of other things going on, this project in progress, Kate Hunters are working, wanted us to announce there's a passenger survey open for passengers that are passenger experiences at the airport as part of an active ACRP synthesis. Kate is obviously the perfect person for this. So we encourage you, we'll have the form available for people to take the survey and be able to answer to that. So anyone who's has a disability and is used in airport, the survey is for you, essentially. We mentioned the TCRP panels earlier. There's a deadline to volunteer to serve on the panel. These are just two that I highlighted. We mentioned G19 earlier on same-day paratransit. There's also one on fare capping that I think is pretty interesting. I think it mentions persons with disabilities specifically in that. That's 8:55, January 27th. You can volunteer and we'll send out a reminder. We encourage folks that are interested. We want perspectives of members and friends of this committee on these panels. RFPs of notes for ACRP and NCHRP are here as well. I think we heard earlier about the 2025 National Rural ITS Conference in the Linus update that'll have that part of the ITS for Us stuff that's been going on. And then there's also a Mobility Matters conference. So I just want to highlight those. And then finally, we'll have follow-up from this meeting. All the presentations will be available online. We'll have a virtual meeting, our usual quarterly virtual meeting sometime in the spring, probably April. As we mentioned earlier, before that, we're going to have follow-up about the committee rotations if you're interested in being a member, and as well as the TSP development, as well as the conference collaboration thing. Lots of follow-up, basically, and lots of things for people to express interest and help out with on the committee. You can reach out to Judy and I at any time, as always. Sign in if you haven't using the QR code that's posted or in the PowerPoint. And Judy, anything to add to that?
Well, this has just been a real privilege to work with all of you. I love your passion, dedication to this topic, and let's keep going. Everyone be safe. Thank you.
I can say I would want to look at Marcella. Is it Marcella or Marilla?
Mariella.
Mariella.
Oh, you
When do we get on
can
this?
take her email's right there. You can take that note. Or if you don't have it, I can get it to you. Mariella's email. Mariella Colbert on the what? Oh, you want a different Miriam? Is it Miriam? Oh, transit information for the blind, that's this one, yeah, that's the active TCRP project that's going on.
So just check off here.
You can take that, yeah, yeah. Hey.
You know.
Panel members. Yes.